Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this symposium on fresh new perspectives on abstract concepts. My name is Anna Borghi. I work at Sapienza, University of Rome, and at CNR. And this symposium has been organized within the European project Traincrease. I would like to welcome all the people who are here on Zoom, so the speakers and the project members, and the organizers, and also all the people who are on YouTube. I'm going to share my slides to give you some ideas on why we decided to organize this symposium in this way. So 1 second, I'll share my screen. So the reason why we're here is that we are all dominated by an irresistible burning attraction toward the abstract. This is the reason that keeps us together, so to say, in this symposium. So the symposium, as I said, is organized within the project Traincrease, led by Joanna Ratzazel-Leonardi. I cannot pronounce the name very well. I hope I have pronounced it well. The project is focused exactly on abstract concepts, so on the emergence, understanding, and use of abstract concepts and words, both in human interaction and in its application to human and machine collaboration. And it involves people and members who have different approaches. So the field of whom is cognitive science, computer science, robotics, anthropology, language science, different kinds of psychology, so developmental, social, cognitive psychology, psycholinguistics, different areas. And it involves 4 universities: Warsaw University, which is lead leader, Manchester University, Sapienza University of Rome, and Aarhus University. So we have organized this event. This is the first event within the project, and I'm going to describe how we organized it. So it is basically divided into 3 days, and each day is dedicated to a specific topic. The first day is today on language and abstract concepts, the second day on social interaction and cultures, and the third day on grounding. Before getting more in details, getting more in depth on the organization of the conference, I want to say something on how we intend abstract concepts. So basically, we think that categorizing always implies some sort of abstraction. So for example, think of when we form the category of dog, and even more when we form a superordinate category such as that of animal. This is the process that we call abstraction, which is divided, even very interrelated with the process of abstractness. An example of abstractness are concepts expressed by words like freedom, fantastic, true. And the focus of Traincrease is both on abstraction and abstractness. I want to say a few words more on abstractness. So we do not think there is a dichotomy between concrete and abstract concepts. We agree that it's a simplification, but it's an interesting simplification that might be kept using. Consider 2 concepts like bottle and freedom at the extremes of this continuum. They might be grounded in different ways. So abstract concepts are not grounded in concrete elements. Abstract concepts are more detached from the 5 senses, even though people here will claim that they are grounded, and they are possibly more grounded, for example, in interoception. They are more complex. They are more variable across contexts and situations. There might be some words that are more abstract than others. So for example, relational words. They are low dimensional. That is, they have less in common compared to concrete concepts, and they are more iconic less iconic compared to concrete concepts. So this is to give you an idea of what we think abstract concepts are. So the 3 sessions of the conference. The first, language. Language has always been considered important in relation to abstract concepts. Think of dual coding, Paivio view, the idea of syntactic bootstrapping, according to which abstract concepts can be conceived as hard words. They are very difficult, and so they can be learned only through language. And within these words, within words, some are more, the representation of some words is more influenced by language, like verbs, preposition, relational predicates. Some people have said this, and there have been a lot of theoretical debates on the role of language for abstract concepts and for abstraction. For example, according to distributional accounts, we understand meaning through word associations. According to embodied and grounded theories, sensorimotor grounding is more important. This doesn't mean that language doesn't play a role. It plays a role as a pointer. I point to an object in the word. It plays a role as a shortcut to meaning. And also, in the more recent years, there are some hybrid views that try to combine the idea that both language and sensorimotor system concur in order to ground concepts. In the last years, for example, there are many scholars showing that language is crucial for our cognitive activity, and who have shown that inner speech is crucial for cognition. So our session will focus on this. Within abstract concepts, within studies on abstract concepts, in recent years, there have been recent proposals showing, for example, that that language plays an important role for abstract concepts. One is, for example, the words as social tools we have proposed. According to this view, inner language is very important for concepts. Language is not intended simply as word associations, but as a holistic experience for which social aspects, pragmatic aspects are very important. And it's crucial for the acquisition and use of abstract concepts. Another view is the lens view, proposed by Guy Dodd, who will be a speaker here, who intends language as an ontogenetically disruptive cognitive technology that expands our conceptual reach. And this role of language might be different depending on the kind of considered concepts, as it has been shown in some recent evidence. And it's important to study it with new paradigms. An example might be implicit learning. So which are the open questions that the issue language leaves to us? Which is the role of language for abstraction, for abstractness, so for the acquisition, representation, and use of concepts? Which aspects of language are crucial? Which is the role of inner speech? Does it play a special role for abstract concepts? Is language differently recruited and activated depending on the kind of concept? Does it provide grounding? And how is language related to the importance of social interaction and of the affective dimension for abstract concepts? These are questions that we hope to address in the first session. Second session, social interaction and cultures. So recently there has been some evidence showing that social interaction might enhance abstraction, and also that abstract concept use might enhance social interaction. So the two phenomena. In order to address this issue, so the relationship between abstract concept and social interaction, we have to think of new methods. New methods to study abstract concept in situated context, and to capture real-time online interaction, to study them in early development, to study their interaction between humans, and also between humans and robots. To address this, we have to study concept within dialogue, intended as a cooperative joint activity. Some people here who are here among the members or among the speakers have underlined the role language plays. The role can play the language as it can play the role of a coordinated element. It arises from interactive events, then it gradually constrains them in a functional and adaptive way. So we have to study social interaction with new methods, and also we have to understand whether abstract concepts are shaped and influenced by the differences between languages and between cultures. So which are the questions pertaining to our second session? Does social interaction enhances abstraction? Does abstractness elicit pro-social behaviors? How can we study abstract concept in situated interaction? Which new methods can we adopt? How can we study their development? How can we build social robots that use abstract concepts? And also, are abstract concepts and words more variable across cultures and across language than concrete ones? Grounding, the third session. Embodied and grounded view have a big challenge to demonstrate that not only concrete concepts, but also abstract ones are grounded in sensorimotor systems and also in emotions. It is easier for some kind of concept, for example, for numerical concepts to demonstrate that grounded, but not for big numbers, for example. It is possible that this grounding occurs also that abstract concepts are grounded in inner dimension. For example, there have been some studies showing that interoception is crucial for abstract concept, that metacognition is very important. Why? Because we are more uncertain on our knowledge, so we might need more others. So this awareness might promote pro-social behaviors. There have been a lot of studies showing that emotions might be crucial for abstract concept. And the idea of emotional bootstrapping has been proposed. So which are the questions on the third session? Are abstract concepts grounded in the sensorimotor system? Are there different levels of grounding and of embodiment? Which is the role of interoception, of the affective dimension, and of metacognition for abstraction and abstractness? Which is the relationship between interoception and emotion? Does inner grounding differ depending on the kind of considered concepts? For example, emotional concepts versus numerical concepts versus mental states concepts, etc. So basically, this was why we organized this symposium in this way. So one first session on language with two sub-sessions, abstract concept and inner speech, abstract concept and language overall. The second, social interaction and cultures with two sub-sessions, abstract concept in social interaction and abstract concept across cultures and language. And the third day, on the 17th, grounding, sensorimotor and inner grounding first, and then more details on inner grounding, so grounding in interoception, emotion, and metacognition. This is the flyer you have probably all you have already seen with more details on the program. I would like to thank a lot the organizers, Korea Zelinsky, in particular. I think that all the speakers have met him. Adriana Kuczynska, Julian Zubek from Warsaw University, and obviously Joanna. And also the BALLAB, so Claudia Mazzuca, Federico Darold, Ilenia Falcinelli, Artur Michalan, and Chiara Fini. So the Body Action Language BALLAB. And all the other participants of members of Traincrease. A couple of crucial information. So there is a YouTube Traincrease channel and also a Slack chat. You can participate if you want to discuss on the symposium, etc. You'll find all updated info on the website, here the website. YouTube is very important because questions will be asked through YouTube. So they will be passed online from YouTube to us. So it's important to ask questions through YouTube. And what should I say? Enjoy the symposium. So I hope there will be 3 very nice and interesting days. So I leave the floor to the chair of the first session on language and inner speech, which is Albertina Osinska-Paczek. And ciao, enjoy the symposium.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to, am I live? Sorry, I have a delay. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to our first session which will focus on abstract concepts and inner speech. Let me remind you that we welcome questions. Please put them in the YouTube channel in the chat. Our first distinguished speaker is Professor Helene Loevenbruck from the University of Grenoble. Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, so let me just share my screen. Okay. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank Anna Borghi and the organizers for the invitation and Konrad Zelnicki for the technical support. I'm going to talk about inner language variations over the condensation dimension. So as Anna explained in her introduction, how abstract concepts are used and represented, it's still a matter of research debates. So in this talk, I will review recent findings on endophagia or inner language and examine what they can tell us about the format of cognitive processing. I will then address the debate on the formats of endophagia itself. Is the inner language abstract or concrete in form? And then I will describe our recent neurocognitive model of endophagia and how it accounts for the variability in format that has been observed. And in conclusion, I will survey the implications of these findings for theories of cognition. One of my points will be that we need to consider supramodal levels of cognitive processing or operation. So inner speech has been defined as the subjective experience of language in the absence of overt and audible articulation. The terms endophagia or inner language are more neutral as to whether sounds are involved or not. So, and it also covers inner signs as well. So I sometimes prefer to use these terms. My claims on the format of endophagia will be backed by subjective accounts as well as empirical data drawn from behavioral and neurophysiological studies. Some of the data I will present have been published by several research groups, and I will also present data that we have been gathering ourselves here in Grenoble, France, as part of the Inner Speech project. I've also been collaborating with Stéphanie Smadja in Paris University, who uses a more introspective and phenomenological approach, which provides complementary data. But first, to introduce the debate on condensation or expansion, because we are confined in an intimist setting, let's start with a subjective experiment. So please read the following slide silently. So did you notice any speech errors? And if so, could you please use the chat to report them? So this introspective exercise allows me to raise a few questions related to the concreteness and abstraction or abstractness of inner language. First, as you were repeating these tongue twisters, you might have detected errors. When we speak out loud, but also when we speak covertly, we're capable of detecting errors and we can correct them. But how does this monitoring operate? What do we control? Is it the auditory output or is it prior to articulation? Can we correct for the formulation stage even before articulatory planning takes place? So to what degree and at which linguistic levels are we able to linguistically control ourselves? And the fact that some of us, at least, can hear errors during covert speech production suggests that language representations are concrete in format. They're embodied with audible correlates and perhaps even articulatory sensations. But as we will see, some research findings suggest that the language units are perhaps sometimes supramodal, symbolic, or even abstract. Although the exact nature of the relationship between language and cognition is still a matter of debate, it's arguable that a lot of our cognitive operations make use of language and typically endophagia. So before we can address the abstract or concrete format of endophagia, we need to recall its various uses and roles. So previous works using questionnaires, interviews, and behavioral experiments in typical and atypical populations have suggested that endophagia plays a critical role in many cognitive operations, such as working memory, autobiographical or prospective memory, reasoning, problem solving, executive control, theory of mind, and self-awareness on metacognitive functions. So this diversity of uses comes with a plurality of forms. Endophagia has been shown to vary along several dimensions. And in a recent paper, we have argued that 3 main dimensions are involved. The first dimension, as argued by Charles Fernyhough and colleagues, is in the line of Vygotsky's early claim, is that inner speech can be considered as inherently dialogic. It can be understood as an internalization of overt dialogues that gradually takes place during development. And so the ultimate stage of development results in internalized speech that contains multiple perspectives simultaneously. But even if inner speech inherently retains dialogicality, it may vary on dialogality. That is, it may vary on the number of auditory voices entertained. It can be monologal when we engage in internal soliloquy, or when we even covertly imitate someone's voice, for instance, when we silently read a comics. And in these instances, we are the speaker. Endophagia can also be dialogal when we imagine someone addressing us with a third-person perspective. So I can remember Conrad giving me last-minute instructions, for instance, and then I'm the addressee. Another dimension over which endophagia varies is intentionality. We sometimes deliberately engage in endophagia, when perhaps sometimes we rehearse material in short-term memory, or when we mentally practice a talk. But other times we find ourselves unintentionally using in a language what is called verbal mind wandering. We have unbidden thoughts that may be expressed in a verbal form, but that seem to be sudden and fleeting. The third dimension over which endophagia varies is condensation. As Charles Fernyhough has explained, endophagia may take condensed or expanded forms. And I'm going to dwell on this dimension because I think it matters for theories of abstract concepts. It's been suggested that endophagia can be expanded, and then it has full phonological specification, which means that it can be expressed in a modal format. And typically this modal format is associated with auditory percepts, what is often referred to as the little voice in the mind's ear. And introspectively, we can, in fact, produce sentences with different intonation, question, assertion, different intensity, and we can then hear them. So that suggests we have auditory perception. And indeed, there is behavioral evidence that shows that, for instance, the verbal transformation effect works in a covert mode, not just when we speak out loud. And it's based on hearing our errors. Inner speaking has been shown to bias speech perception. So these suggest that they are both in the same modality. And also there are fMRI and SEEG data that show auditory cortex activation during inner speech. Then this phonological specification is not only auditory, it may also be associated with articulatory percepts. So, for instance, we can remember Stricker's experiments. So if you position your mouth into the rounded and closed shape required to pronounce O, and maintain your lips still rounded while you imagine yourself uttering M. As you do that, you might feel a slight tenseness or contraction in your lips, as if you were actually closing lips further for the sound M to be produced. And indeed, physiological data show that there can be some electromyographic activity in the lips during inner speech production, be it inner speech or rumination or auditory verbal hallucinations, which are a form of disrupted inner speech. So if we can record muscle activity during inner speech, this suggests that some motor implication is at play. Also, asymmetric breathing cycles have been observed during overt and covert speech, which is relative to rest, which suggests that breathing is planned during covert speech. Also, fMRI data suggests that there is some premotor and motor cortex activation during some instances of inner speech. Right, so we do find some arguments for expansion of inner speech, but some findings suggest that endophagia sometimes only pertains to semantics and involves no articulatory or auditory representation. According to some researchers, syntax in endophagia is maximally abbreviated, simplified. Semantics can also be concentrated. And indeed, there are behavioral data that suggest that the rate of covert speech is often faster than that of overt speech. Or tongue twisters, they show a lexical bias, but the phonological or articulatory bias is less so observed in covert mode. And in some fMRI data, no auditory cortex activation was found during some forms of inner speech. So all this is debated, of course, but there are arguments to suggest that there might be some condensed version of inner speech, at least. And so there are different situations, various cognitive domains, various emotional conditions that will result in different forms of endophagia. When you're following a recipe or preparing a talk, you might be using expanded inner speech, whereas when you're musing or meditating, you might be using more condensed forms. And there are also different individuals. If you close your eyes and think about the following sentence without speaking out loud, now, can you say whether you experience spoken words, written words, pictures, emotions, physical sensations, or none of these, just abstract awareness? So although many of you may have experienced words, images, and possibly sounds, some of you may have mainly experienced some abstract awareness of food, music, and dance with no words, no sounds, no image. And so this absent visual imagery, so this inability to visualize in the mind's eye, has recently been coined as aphantasia. So it's by Adam Zeman and colleagues, and several studies suggest that there can be two opposite poles, so aphantasia and hyperphantasia, which is the opposite, the imagery that is as vivid as real seeing. And what has been suggested is that this deficit in visual imagery may be associated with deficits in other modalities, so auditory, olfactory, tactile, kinesthetic. And so people with auditory aphantasia may have more condensed forms of inner speech, whereas people with hyperphantasia may have more expanded forms of inner speech. So we are faced with a continuum from fully expanded and embodied forms to supramodal or amodal forms with no or little embodiment, so not multimodal anyway. And this continuum can be accounted for if various degrees of unfolding of endophagia are considered. Overt speech production is classically viewed as involving three main stages: conceptualization, formulation, and articulation. Conceptual preparation consists in planning and utterance, meaning and purpose. The pre-verbal message that results can then be described as highly condensed in form. And then formulation translates this condensed pre-verbal message into a linguistic structure with prosodic, syntactic, and phonological encoding, which ends up in the sketching of a phonetic goal, a plan, expressed in a less condensed or semi-expanded form. And then the articulation stage follows, consisting of articulatory planning and programming, then execution with full elaboration and expansion. So monitoring applies at different levels. When we speak, we can detect errors after formulation, articulatory planning, or execution, and perhaps even during conceptualization. So crucially, we can detect errors or disruptions from our initial expressive goals, and we can correct for these errors online, sometimes even before articulation takes place. So this is why I've added these bottom-up arrows. So covert speech can be considered as truncated over speech. And the truncation stage defines the degree of condensation or expansion. The fully condensed form of inner speech only involves the highest linguistic level and has lost acoustic, phonological, and even syntactic qualities of overt speech. And so this occurs when truncation is applied before formulation. Expanded inner speech, on the other hand, presumably engages all linguistic levels down to articulatory planning and to the perception of an inner voice. And this occurs when truncation takes place after articulatory planning. And between these two forms, various semi-condensed forms may exist, depending on the level at which the speech production process is interrupted. So in the condilant model, we have tried to account for the monitoring of endophagia in its three main dimensions: condensation, dialegality, and intentionality, hence the term, the name of the model. The model aims at accounting how inner language is monitored, and given that there is psycholinguistic evidence that for the monitoring of intentional endophagia. Monitoring of endophagia occurs at different stages, at least at formulation and articulately planning stage, and perhaps even at the conceptualization stage. There's evidence for that. And also monitoring applies less stringently in covert speech than in overt speech, of course. Okay, so in the condilant model, monitoring is based on a hierarchical predictive control scheme. We will first focus on the articulatory planning stage. Predictive control has been applied to overt speech motor control. It's in typical speech motor control in this framework. Monitoring is based on several comparisons between desired, predicted, and actual sensory outcomes. Predicted outcomes use internal models of the speech apparatus, what's called a predictor, and actual outcome uses another type of internal model, a controller. And so the crucial comparison involves predicted and desired outcomes, and this allows errors to be monitored before the action is even accomplished. In hierarchical predictive control, pairs of controllers and predictors are organized in cascade with bidirectional information processing across levels. So, but before we go into that, we need to dwell a bit on the format of the phonetic goal. Motor equivalence implies that speech targets are defined in auditory terms. A given sound can be produced by various articulatory gestures. But data on acoustic variability or on speech production in hearing impaired speakers suggests that targets are in fact articulatory or somatosensory. So targets have also been considered as auditory somatosensory, a mixture of both. And what we argue here is that the phonetic goal is a supramodal integration of auditory and somatosensory representations. And this is presumably formed in the associative cortex. So now let's look at predictive control of the articulatory planning stage. We have a controller, that's an inverse model, that converts the phonetic goal, so the phonetic goal is the desired supramodal state, into a motor specification. And then a programmer transforms this motor specification into motor commands. Now we have motor commands, and a copy of them can be converted by a predictor, a forward model. And it can be so this forward model will convert the efference copy into multisensory predictions. And this is the little voice. Then this predicted sensory experience is integrated into a supramodal state. And so monitoring can occur. A comparison can be made between predicted and desired signal in the same format, so in a supramodal format. So using this kind of model allows for explaining the double representation of imagined speech. If we have a phonetic go, which is a form of inner speech, why would we bother making a prediction which will be redundant? So the resolution of that paradox is that the desired go is only a sketch. It's a fusion of different sensory modalities. It's a state, but it's not the actual voice. The prediction itself is in a different format. It's expanded, it's auditory, it's somatosensory, it has full-blown qualities. And it can be useful to experience such a format when we need to concentrate and experience our verbal thoughts, for instance, when we rehearse for a talk, when we imagine a conversation, etc. So we've provided a tentative neuroanatomical grounding for the condilant model. We'll briefly describe what the neural correlates of expanded inner speech are in this model. We have, so during expanded inner speaking, the phonetic goal is in a supramodal format. And here, as you can see, through arrows 1, 2, and 3, it is converted into motor commands. And then an efference copy of these motor commands is converted into modal, auditory, and somatosensory percepts. And these two are integrated so that they can be compared with the initial desired state. Okay, so I've explained how predictive control is applied at the articulatory planning stage. Now let's look at how it can also apply at all levels. In our model, verbal monitoring is based on hierarchical predictive control. So similar propositions have been made for motor control by other research teams. And this type of control has even been applied to overt language production by Pickering and Garrod. So according to them, monitoring can take place at all stages of language production using a prediction. So actual and predicted semantics can be compared, as well as actual and predicted syntax, actual and predicted phonology, and any mismatch between these outputs and the predictions may trigger a correction by tuning the internal models at each stage. So our model, Condensation model, is an adaptation and extension of this model to covert speech production. So first, the articulatory planning stage, production goes down the left stream of arrows, and from the supramodal phonetic goal to motor commands via the controller. And a copy of the motor commands is provided to the predictor, which generates a sensory experience, and this is integrated and gives rise to a supramodal stage, which can be compared with the initial desired one. Then we can add the formulation stage, and just like for articulatory planning, we have a controller on the left and a predictor on the right. And so the desired pre-verbal message is transformed by a controller into a phonetic goal, and then the predictor will convert this phonetic goal back into a predicted pre-verbal message, which can be compared with the desired message. So desired and predicted pre-verbal messages can be compared, and errors can be corrected for. So correction can take place even before articulatory planning is over, and this is done through a simulation by a pair of controller predictor, but this simulation is not a simulation of modal percepts, it's a simulation of a condensed pre-verbal message. Similarly, we have conceptualization with a pair of controller and predictor, which allows for the simulated language goal to be compared with the desired one. So in this model, inner speech monitoring is hierarchical. It operates at each stage. So we have M's everywhere for monitoring, and it's predictive. So it uses a controller and a predictor. And condensation is accounted for by inhibitory mechanisms that may interrupt the speech production process at each stage. Okay, so this is summing up. So we are trying to account for aphantasia using that kind of model. So we're presently collecting subjective and objective data on endophagia format in people with aphantasia. Do they have supramodal representation? And we need to explain the inability to voluntarily generate an auditory prediction. It cannot be for lack of a predictive monitoring, because people with aphantasia have fluent overt speech. So they do monitor, but perhaps they monitor at a higher level using a semi-expanded version of inner speech, for example. And then accounting for a hyperphantasia, we could say that the superior auditory quality of the prediction in people with hyperphantasia could be due to more accurate internal models of the voice, of the self voice or other voices. Okay, so I have argued that endophagia may take more or less expanded forms. Arguments for both formats can be found in introspective reports as well as behavioral and neuroimaging data. But data on people with aphantasia suggests also that some people can function with a lack of visual and auditory imagery. So cognitive functioning is possible in an abstract format. So altogether, this suggests that some of our cognitive operations rely on supramodal units or representations, for lack of a better word. So I claim that simulation does not always entail lower level physical modal sensory activation. Simulated output can be supramodal. So to conclude, the fact that some amodal processing level may exist offers some insight into the notion of abstract concepts. Tenets of grounded cognition theories have convincingly argued that abstract concepts may be grounded in embodied and situated knowledge. But my last point is that In fact, they may emerge from experience and situations, and they may become condensed and represented in a model or a physical or a experiential format. And to conclude, I want to thank my co-author on this paper that we recently published on the condilant model, and acknowledge also several funding sources, including the A&R. And I want to sincerely thank my colleagues from my lab, Laboratoire de Psychologie et Neurocognition in Grenoble, France, and at GIPSA GIN, and several other labs.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for this wonderful and fascinating talk. It was really a pleasure to hear. We have a question from the audience. Pietro Nicol asks about speed reading, where one tries not to sub-vocalize at all to maximize speed. Would that be on the far end of the condensed spectrum, or is it something else completely?
Yeah, I'm not sure it would be on the far end, but at least it would be on a level of a speed. Okay, it could be at this level, so at a phonological level where no phonetic and articulatory planning has taken place, and no auditory percepts result. So indeed, I think that speed reading is a good case, is a good argument for the fact that we can have access to meaning without going through the entire simulation of the speech production process.
Thank you. We have another one from Fabio Marson about the neuroimaging data. He asks whether, besides motor and premotor region, has activation of middle and anterior temporal lobes ever been observed during involuntary inner speech?
So involuntary inner speech is really difficult to study. There are only a few studies on that matter. So one is by Charles Fernyhough himself and colleagues, in which they found different patterns of activation relative to us, and this probably this may be due to methodological issues. What we were looking at was instances where people were just lying in the scanner and reporting afterwards that they had. They reported afterwards that they had inner speech instances or not. But we looked at the entire sequence of verbal, of mind wandering, whereas in that other study, they really looked at specific instances of inner speech that were, that the participant was really aware of. So this might explain why we find different activation, but we, the middle temporal gyrus is sometimes, yeah, I'm not sure I can show you my, whoops. Has been sometimes observed, and it's it is related to oops, sorry, whoops, there we are. So we don't have it in this in these data, but it because this is a comparison between different stages, different conditions that doesn't allow for showing that, but it can be put forward that the middle temporal gyrus, because it relates to the lemma and to the activation of a semantic word, should be observed during verbal mindering, during involuntary inner speech.
And we are actually getting more questions now, but we have to wrap up. So maybe I'll just ask one, and if you could please try to make a succinct answer. There's a question about endophasia in sign language users.
Yeah.
Is there any work on that?
Yeah, there is, indeed. So there are behavioral experiments that so like working memory experiments that show that lists of words are remembered according to their signs. So errors in working memory task related to the visual form of the words that people had to remember. So for instance, if a list of words contained the word tree is signed this way, whereas noon is signed this way. And so people will tend to report that they heard noon. So they don't sound the same. So this is not an error that hearing people will make, but this is an error that signing people will make. So it shows that the level, the modality of representation is visual in a language in signing people, and also there are a few fMRI studies that also show some visual cortex activation during inner language in signers.
Thank you. I really wish we had more time for also other questions and clinical applications of this work and many extensions. But I have to thank you now for this wonderful talk and for answering our questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right now, we are moving on to our first distinguished speaker. It's a pleasure for me to welcome Professor Charles Fernyhough from Durham University, who will continue introducing us to the world of inner speech. Again, I encourage everyone to ask questions. And Professor Fernyhough, over to you.
Thanks very much, Albertina, for the introduction. Thank you, Anna, and to Conrad for the invitation and the help in getting us to this point. It's very hard to follow Helene's talk, really, because she managed to get across so much information in such a clear, concise and efficient way. My talk is going to seem rather skimpy in comparison, I think, but perhaps I can try and persuade you of some things that I'm interested in at the moment in relation to this topic and why they're of interest. So I think Helene's made this point already very well. If we introspect on our own inner experience, then we see it as having a highly verbal quality. So in this rather silly Hollywood rom-com from a couple of years ago, when the character played by Taraji P. Henson has a strange accident that allows her to read other people's minds, she hears language, she hears people talking to themselves in words. And some, such as Bernard Bars, have argued we're doing this all the time. Bars has claimed that inner speech is a constant of consciousness. Now, I think that's going too far. I think some people don't use much inner speech or none at all, and we're not doing it all the time, but we're doing it a lot. And my interest in the topic as a developmental psychologist, well, three big questions really. Where does it come from? What is it doing there? What are its functions? And what is it like? And the most inspiring figure for me in this topic was the Russian psychologist Vygotsky, who flourished in the 20s and 30s in the nascent Soviet Union. Vygotsky's ideas about inner speech were actually quite simple in a way, so it's quite a good place to start thinking about the phenomenon. But I just want to show you a little example. I don't have time to show you the whole video, but this is my daughter Athena when she was about 2, and she's talking to herself as she's building a train track. Using a kind of toy car scenario thing. And you can see from this little bit of so-called private speech that she's doing, that she's showing many of the features that Helene's already pointed out as being distinctive to inner speech. She's using condensation, she's not speaking all the time in fully expanded sentences. There's some condensed stuff, like when she says 2 cars here. It has a dialogic quality, she's asking herself questions and then answering them. And so on. And the point for Vygotsky is that this stage of thinking aloud is what we now know as private speech, and it's meant to be an intermediary form in between social speech and inner speech. So this is how that rather simple scheme of Vygotsky's looks. Babies start out embedded in a social world. They're social beings from the very start. That was one main way in which Vygotsky seemed to disagree with his great contemporary Piaget. For Vygotsky, babies were social beings from the very start, and as soon as language comes along, they start engaging in social dialogues. Then over a period of development, this social dialogue becomes internalized to form what we call private speech. So that's the kind of talking out loud, thinking out loud that you've just seen Athena doing. And then with a bit more time, a bit more internalization, this becomes the stuff that we all know well from inside our own heads. But crucially, along the way, there are these stages of syntactic and semantic abbreviation, and a lot of other stuff going on as well in the process of internalization, but just to focus on these for now. So when Athena was talking to herself, playing with her train track, she asks herself a question, or she makes a statement to which she then responds, I need some cars. And she doesn't say in response, I need 2 cars for my train track. She just says 2 cars. So I've used this example a few times, including in my book, The Voices Within, to show how just one brief moment of a child's speech can open a window onto what might be going on in our inner speech. So there are certain implications of this Vygotskian developmental view, which have really inspired me throughout my career thinking about this topic. One is that inner speech should retain some of that dialogic quality that it starts out with. Another is that there are these more than one kind of inner speech. So I think Helene has described very well the distinction that we've made between expanded and condensed inner speech. And just as she says, I see this as a sliding scale. I see this as a continuum. It's not it's not a dichotomous thing. And then in the first version of the model that I put forward a few years ago, the idea is that you can move between these different levels of inner and outer speech quite flexibly, including in adulthood as well as developmentally. So that's how this looks in the old model from 2004 now, where I've really just flipped the Vygotskian scheme that I've just shown you. I've just turned it upside down. We're starting with social speech at the bottom, transitioning to private speech over a period of development, and then with further internalization becomes these 2 kinds of inner speech, expanded and condensed. The point is this is a continuum, but also you can move flexibly between them. So we're often moving between condensed and expanded inner speech, but we can also go back outside into the external world and talk to ourselves out loud, just as we used to when we were children. So in various ways, I've been trying to kind of expand upon and develop this model in the intervening 16, 17 years. One of the problems is how on earth we study it. So if I were Taraji P. Henson, I could simply peer into the head of the person next to me. Oh, the weird thing about this movie is that she can read people's minds, but only men's minds. And it's a rather smart riposte to a version of the same movie that was made 20 years earlier, where Mel Gibson could read women's minds and only women's minds. So what can we do? We don't have magical powers, so what can we do? Well, we can study individual differences in how people use inner speech. We can use dual task paradigms to use a secondary task to knock out the language function, so we can see what is impaired or preserved in the primary task. We can ask people questions, we can interview, we can survey, we can use different kinds of experience sampling, and of course we've got all the different neuroscientific methods that Helene has already talked about. So when I was starting out as a PhD student looking at this topic, nobody was working on inner speech and everybody thought it was a crazy thing to study. But when I came back to reviewing the topic for New Scientist a few years ago, there was a lot to talk about. And when Ben Alderson Day and I put together this review in 2015, there was an awful lot of stuff to cover to try and bring in under this umbrella, and it ended up with a very large paper. I mean, people have died reading this paper. There's a lot out there. It's a big topic. So to give you a flavour of some of the things that we've done in relation to unpicking the phenomenological properties of inner speech, this is a revision of our original inner speech questionnaire, where we were really, I think, the first people to ask the empirical question of how does inner speech vary in its qualities? Is expansion and condensation a real thing? Is dialogicality a real thing? And that was published in 2011, and then we came back to it a few years ago with a revised version of our questionnaire based on a factor analysis of 2 large samples. We came up with 26 items relating to the kinds of properties of inner speech that Helene has described so well. We previously found 3 factors of dialogicality, condensation, and the presence of other people in inner speech. So the extent to which you hear other people talking in your inner speech. And we added a couple of new factors there about the extent to which inner speech was evaluative or critical, but also positive and regulatory. And I won't go into this now, but we confirmed some earlier associations with various psychopathology variables that we're interested in. So I want to jump to take a kind of conceptual perspective for the rest of this brief talk. And it's really something that comes from the Vygotskian tradition. And it's a way in which I think we can go back to a very interesting moment in cognitive neuroscience that kind of forms a bridge back to that amazing inspirational work that Vygotsky and his colleagues were doing in the 20s and 30s. And the bridges you might be able to imagine is through Alexander Luria, who was Vygotsky's student. Later known as the father of modern cognitive neuroscience, the guy who said it all happens when bits of the brain switch on and allow, the prefrontal cortex starts functioning and allows the development of executive functions and so on. Well, Luria did say a lot of those things, but a rather biased view of his work, I think, has ended up in the literature now. He was back in the 60s, he was saying something that has almost been completely forgotten. And I think it's a very powerful way of thinking about some of these questions. So I mean his concept of functional systems, which are hierarchies of processes that work together in different configurations to achieve particular goals, where you've got interchangeable components that can plug into each other and plug out of each other flexibly in different ways, in different profiles and constellations, allowing you to achieve the same task in different ways from one occasion to another. Now that all sounds a bit abstract and vague. So what I'll try and do is unpack it a bit in relation to inner speech in particular. A very clear example, a very clear description of his theory on this is in his 1966 book, The Higher Cortical Functions in Man. And one way to think about what he's saying is in terms of different systems plugging into each other to enhance each other, but also not just regions working together in networks, but networks working together in networks, in kind of networks of networks, which retain a flexible plastic structure, if you like. There are all sorts of implications to do with how all this stuff develops, but also for neuropsychological questions of how the brain adapts to damage, which I just don't have time to go into yet. And another way in which this idea is very powerful is that it allows us to understand the role of sociocultural influences in development. But again, I can only touch the surface on that. What does this view, what does this approach bias in terms of understanding inner speech? That's what I want to focus on for this last little bit. Well, in a way, you can think of inner speech itself as being a functional system. So what Vygotsky was fascinated with was how something special happens when language kicks in a child's development. The kind of intelligence that a baby can show before they get language gets enhanced by language kind of plugging in and transforming. He talked about this being a revolution in development. So how is that working? How is pre-verbal intelligence changed, transformed by language coming along and plugging into it and enhancing its capacities? That's really the germ of the idea of a functional system. And that is what inner speech is. Inner speech is using language to regulate your own behavior and to do a whole load of other stuff, but that's one of the main things it does. So so for the young child, inner speech, or private speech initially, because that's its primary developmental form before it turns into inner speech, it's about language transforming what's already there. So in that sense, it's a functional system between, for example, early executive functions that a baby can show and the much more sophisticated executive abilities that, say, a 5-year-old can show. So I've tried to unpick this in my dialogic thinking model over quite a few years now. So if that's the first point, if you like, that inner speech is itself a functional system, it's two functions coming together and enhancing and transforming each other. The next is that inner speech can form part of bigger functional systems. In other words, think of networks of networks. inner speech can plug into other networks and other systems in the brain and change their functioning and have its own functioning changed in turn. So one kind of functional system that I think inner speech forms is when it gets together with social cognition. Now this here, this rather complex diagram is actually just something from our 2015 review. And what I would like to focus on is firstly this bit. This is your basic inner speech system we know quite a lot about. It's usually in the left hemisphere language systems. You've got the kind of working memory phonological loop idea going on here, Broca's area, Wernicke's area, the kind of reverberation of activations that we think underlies the ability to do phonological loop stuff, to do inner speech. But if inner speech is dialogic, as I've argued and as Vygotsky argued, then you need something more. You need not only to be able to do that in a language, but you need to be able to create a dialogue in inner speech. You need to talk to someone, or you need to talk to a perspective that has to be represented in some way. So you need some of this stuff. This says theory of mind / social cognition, social cognitive systems, which is basically what we use to represent other agents, other minds. And what we proposed is that if you, for just doing monologic inner speech, whoops, this first thing will be fine. This loop will be fine for just doing monologic inner speech. But for doing dialogic inner speech, you've got to have another perspective represented that you can have a conversation with. So we did the first neuroimaging study, as far as I know, to try and unpick this by using a paradigm where we're asking what's going on in the brain when we're having a conversation with ourselves, where the me as speaker is talking to the me as interlocutor, is having this dialogue, this exchange of perspectives that must somehow involve social cognition. So in the neuroimaging paradigm we came up with, we asked people to generate inner speech in two main conditions. One was a monologic condition and one was a dialogic condition. So to give you an example of this, of one scenario, we asked people to imagine a visit to their old school. And in the monologic condition, you're doing some inner speech where you're giving a speech to the students. In the dialogic condition, you're having a conversation with your old head teacher. So the two, they both involve inner speech, but they're distinct in the dialogicality of that inner speech. And we gave people a bunch of tasks, including theory of mind tasks with a kind of physical reasoning control. So basically what you see here, this is right hemisphere because that's where the interesting conjunction was. What you see here, the blue stuff is the dialogic inner speech minus the monologic inner speech. So it's a standard fMRI comparison where you're subtracting one set of activations from the other. So that's blue. That's kind of showing us what the signature of dialogic inner speech, if you like. And the yellow is showing the signature of the theory of mind reasoning. So where you're reasoning about other people's minds using a standard theory of mind task, subtracting physical reasoning. So it's just one of the things we do to make sure that we're really looking at theory of mind abilities here. And interestingly, we were on the lookout for a conjunction and we found this interesting one quite close to the right TPJ. So the argument was that this is where that action, this is where that interaction happens between the two networks, if you like, the inner speech network and the theory of mind network, and that's your functional system. So to depict that a bit more clearly, you're looking down on the brain from above and to the left, you've got your left hemisphere inner speech network, but it's talking across to the right TPJ, it's talking to the right TPJ social cognition theory of mind system. And that there is your kind of larger scale functional system, allowing you to integrate inner speech with theory of mind reasoning and do therefore dialogic inner speech. This has been interesting and useful for us in more recent work, because going back to this idea of the conversation with oneself, you're generating inner speech as the me as speaker, and you're talking to yourself as an interlocutor, as the participant in that dialogue. But it doesn't just have to be you in this, what I call open slot. That slot can be taken up by another real person. So I can have a conversation with my mum in inner speech, for example. I can have a conversation with an imaginary friend, a parent who is no longer with us, or why not? I can pray. And this has been quite useful for us in thinking about spiritual experience and the role of inner speech in that and in prayer. Okay, I want to talk about very quickly about one other kind of functional system that inner speech might allow us to create. We're all familiar with the idea of the default mode network, heavily involved in thinking about the past, thinking about the future, thinking about other minds, and mind wandering in general. So it's not it's not connected anatomically to the regular left hemisphere language system, but they must talk to each other. They must have something to do with each other, because or mind wandering or all these kinds of thinking are very often verbal. So how does that work? Well, we don't really know, because hardly anyone who's studied mind wandering has asked this question. I had an email just today, in fact, from somebody who'd gone through the Oxford, I think it's the Oxford Handbook of Spontaneous Thought, and found hardly anything on inner speech in it. There's this massive blind spot with the people working on mind wandering, fewer of us working on inner speech, and not enough talk between them. But Perrine Bertolotti and colleagues made the interesting suggestion that verbal mind wandering might specifically be that condensed inner speech. I'm not sure it's quite as clear cut as that, but I think it's very important that the team has started to ask these questions. And one of the things I'm interested in is what kind of functional systems are created when inner speech gets together with the default mode network. Because if you think about it, although the evidence is slightly controversial, the default mode and the on-task networks are supposed to be anti-correlated. One's supposed to be on when the other's off. Inner speech plugs into both of them. So how does that work? Except through the kind of functional, flexible plugging in of one network with another network that changes over time as different task demands come into place, and also changes over development and after brain damage. So a few challenges. These are some of the things I'm pondering at the moment in relation to inner speech and the gaps in our knowledge. Daniel Gregory's been asking whether inner speech really is dialogic in the way that some of us have asserted. Russ Hurlbert is a little bit skeptical about the extent to which inner speech is actually condensed. Marta Jorba has been asking about inner speech as a mechanism for the linguistic determination of conscious thought contents. Agustin Vicente has been asking really interesting questions about those semantic transformations that I mentioned, but we know very little about. Helene's team have been, as you've seen, doing some wonderful neurocognitive modeling for the first time of these different inner speech dimensions. Felicity Deemer has been asking the question of how do you make sense of the idea of talking to yourself, when the idea is that conversation is meant to involve giving some information that you've got to someone else who doesn't have that information. How does that work in terms of linguistics and philosophy of language? I think it does work, and Felicity's made some great arguments to that extent. Sam Wilkinson has been raising some, I think, really deep questions of problems with the predictive processing approach to inner speech. Chomsky asks what language is for. One of the implications there is that for Chomsky, social speech should come before inner speech and private speech, but that might be the case phylogenetically, but it doesn't have to be the case ontogenetically. And we've been having an interesting debate on that topic. So I don't have time, I don't think, to say anything about this methodological problem, but well, Helene already alluded to it, so I'll go through it very quickly and I can come back to it in questions if necessary. This is some work we did with Russ Hurlbert and Simona Kuhn, Russ in Nevada and Simona in the Max Planck in Berlin, where we got people trained up on this descriptive experience sampling method, which I can go into in more detail if people are interested in, but it takes a bit of time, so I won't try. We got people getting good at this method, reporting on their own spontaneous inner speech. And we also asked them in the lab to do some elicited inner speech. So in other words, we're telling them to do some inner speech in the scanner, telling them what to say, and contrasting that with when they just happen spontaneously to be using inner speech in their regular thinking. A complex diagram showing the structure of the study. All you need to pull out of this is that it unfolded over 2 weeks. In the first week, people were getting good at using the method. And right at the beginning, we gave them an elicited inner speech task. So the standard kind of how to gather inner speech in the scanner by getting people to do some inner speech when you tell them to do it. And in the second week, they were doing basically a resting state paradigm in the scanner. And sometimes they were doing inner speech. We were able to capture those moments when they were doing inner speech and look at the neural signature. And very, very briefly, you might have expected that the same kinds of activations would arise when you're doing elicited inner speech versus spontaneous inner speech. And actually, you get very different patterns of activation. So we focused on Broca's area, left IFG, which is the one that always lights up in inner speech studies. And sure enough, when you elicit inner speech, when you tell people to do inner speech, Broca lights up, and then something further back in more of a speech perception area, Heschel's gyrus, showed no activation or lower activation. But then when you compare with spontaneous inner speech, you get the opposite pattern. So don't worry about these red lines for now. With spontaneous inner speech, you get almost nothing going on with Broca's area, which is the bit that's supposed to activate when you do inner speech. Much more going on more posteriorly. Now, there's a huge amount more to be done on unpicking this and replicating with bigger samples and so on, but I think it's just quite interesting that it raises a question about whether we can ever rely on any kind of elicited experience in neuroimaging studies. When we tell people to have an experience, we need to be really, really cautious about inferring that they're actually having anything like the kind of experience that we want them to have. So lots of methodological problems remaining. I think a functional systems approach is useful. Methods are improving. I think we should keep a developmental hat on and ask, where has this stuff come from and where is it going developmentally? Inner dialogue remains interesting, and I haven't really said anything about our interdisciplinary approach here, but that's something we can come back to. Quick plug for, this is Scientific American a couple of years ago, something I wrote. My book is already out in Italian and is coming out in French next month. No, later this month, in fact. And if you're interested in the connection with the work on voice hearing that we've done, then please come and visit our website at Hearing the Voice. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Professor. This has been a wonderful and super fascinating talk as well. I was really fascinated, especially by the last experiment. And I was, when you mentioned that we see these neurological differences between elicited and spontaneous inner speech, and really we have to look at them differently. So like you're saying, like, what are we getting at when we're eliciting inner speech? And if you could just tell us what you think that this difference represents. Where does it come from?
Yeah, I mean, there's a methodological and there's a methodological question about how we do this kind of research. And it's a question that we in particular need to ask ourselves as a community, because we're asking very difficult questions about something that's very hard to study. And there's a lot more to be done to build on that study. It's a preliminary study. There's much more we want to do to replicate and extend and so on. So in terms of the actual brain activations, all you really need to take away with is they're different. The signatures are different. I don't want to load too much on Heschel's gyrus. We had certain ROIs. We had a small sample that generated a lot of data. There are all sorts of issues that need to be explored further. I think more interestingly is the question of why should they be different? Why should elicited inner speech be different, possibly radically different to spontaneous inner speech? And simply, it comes from a Vygotskian perspective. The answer is right there. What is inner speech for? You're not doing inner speech because someone's told you to do it. You're doing it most of the time because you want to do it, because it's serving some functions for you, because it's getting you somewhere, because it's buying you something. And we know those functions of inner speech are huge in range. I mean, everything language can do externally, I think it can do internally. So think about all those functions of language. They're all going on in here as well. So we use inner speech it arises organically in response to certain needs in emotional situations and all sorts of things. And if we just divorce all of that from its context, its it's context as an action, as something that people do, then we're not going to get a very good picture of it.
Thank you. And another question, perhaps we just have 1 minute, so perhaps just I don't know if it can be given a brief answer. Okay, one question is, what about activities which are not benefiting from inner speech? I was meaning to ask another one, but this one came. So about activities that are not benefiting from inner speech.
Yeah, I think the answer to that is, I used to think everybody does inner speech all the time, because I do. I think I do inner speech a lot of the time. It's only through using DES, this experience sampling method, that I've really had it shown to me how wrong we are about our own experience a lot of the time, and how many presuppositions we come into. We come to ask that question with so much baggage. So it blew up on social media about a year ago when people were getting excited about people who use no inner speech at all. And I kind of watched it from a distance thinking, that's a really interesting question, but how on earth do we get good data on that question? How on earth do we get good data on who uses inner speech not at all? Because to get to that point, we've got to become good at doing introspection. That's one of the things that DES does. It teaches you to get good at reflecting on your own experience. And only a few people can attain that. So just getting a decent answer to that question is going to be incredibly hard. But still, I think some people don't use inner speech very much at all. And there's nothing wrong with their functioning. They're finding other routes to the same goal. So I don't want to say that inner speech is essential. I don't want to say it's constitutive of cognition or consciousness, or I don't want to make too big claims for it. All I want to do is say we do it a lot of the time. You find it useful. So let's study that. Let's get excited about that as psychologists and philosophers and so on.
Thank you so much, Professor. This has been wonderful, and as always, some really interesting questions are coming about autism, about inner speech in foreign language, but perhaps, but I have to be mindful of the time. Thank you so much to you. I think we can clap in front of our screens. It's been wonderful. Now, information for everyone. We invite you for a quick break. We'll resume at 4 o'clock. But if you'd like to continue discussion, please use our Slack channel. The link to that will be provided in the comments on YouTube. Thank you, Professor Fernyhough, again. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. So you've got a new subsection and a new chair. My name is Cameron Faulkner, and I'm delighted to introduce Professor Guy Dove, who'll be our first speaker of our subsession on abstract concepts and language. And the name of his talk is Rethinking the Role of Language in Grounded Cognition. So thank you very much, Professor Dove. Over to you.
Thank you. Trying to get my screen to share here. Okay, here we are. Okay, today I'm going to talk about the role of language in cognition. I'm a philosopher, so I'm going to do a kind of philosopher thing and take a step back and try to look at the forest and not the trees as much. And so I'm going to try to offer a general picture. I had a moment of panic that after following all these great talks on inner speech, I'm more concerned with semantic memory and concepts. But a lot of the issues that came up in the previous talks are actually going to fit well with my talk. And in particular, the talks were really about the nature of linguistic experience, particularly when it occurs in an inner sense. And grounded cognition is all about relating cognitive tasks and activities to experience. And so a lot of the themes that came up in the previous talks are going to fit neatly with the picture that I'm going to argue for. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to talk about the role of language in cognition, and I'm going to offer a kind of assessment of how it's talked about often in the context of semantic memory and concepts. And I'm going to attribute that to a kind of de facto orthodoxy that builds on the dual code theory, which we've already seen mentioned this morning. I think the dual code orthodoxy that I identify, it actually gets a lot of things wrong. And one thing it gets wrong is just how we think about grounded cognition these days. And so I'm going to talk about an updated view of grounded cognition. And then I'm going to argue that we should think of language as a grounded phenomena when we're thinking about its role within concepts and within semantic memory. And so this will cause, or this will lead to a kind of reorganization of how we think about how language might contribute, and in particular, how it might contribute to our ability to encode and represent and think in terms of abstract concepts. So the dual code picture is a fairly straightforward one. I'm not going to go too much into the details because it's more the general picture that I'm interested in. And this picture treats the verbal system as completely separate from the nonverbal system. The nonverbal system, at least on most versions of the dual code, are tied to perceptual mechanisms, but you could expand this picture to include action systems and maybe even affective systems. And then language is treated as a different box, right? It's the representations are different in character, and it's completely separate. And this is a picture of how language might play a role in our concepts. So the idea here is that all of our concepts might be encoded to some degree within the verbal system, but certain concepts, such as abstract concepts, depend more heavily on the verbal system. And a lot of the inspiration for the dual code theory was evidence of the language system being operating in abstract concepts to a greater extent than in more concrete concepts. So it depends on a kind of commitment to the abstract concrete distinction. So as I said, I think there's several problems with this kind of approach, and I want to talk about first of all the very idea of grounded cognition. So this is an idea that we think in terms of simulations or neural reuse of experiential mechanisms. So we have selective engagement of perceptual or affective or motor representations when we're thinking about things. So when we're thinking about the world, say for instance, pugs, we might think in terms of perceptual, our perceptions of what pugs maybe feel like, look like, sound like. And one of the notable problems that this kind of view faces is how to deal with concepts like democracy or freedom or the other sort of abstract concepts that Anna talked about when she introduced our session. So I want to just have a broad notion of grounding in keeping with my forest perspective. I think there's two core elements to an idea of grounding. The first is that it's tied to regularities in experience. This is a kind of body-world orientation. It is also tied to experiential mechanisms. So this is a body-mind connection. I prefer the notion of grounding because it is broader and it enables me to pick and choose from aspects of what's so-called 4E cognition, right? So 4E cognition is the idea that cognition is embedded in some sense, so it depends on embedding in situations and environments. It's embodied in the sense that it often involves mechanisms that we use for perceiving, manipulating, and responding to the world. It can be enactive in the sense that it can involve systems associated with acting and action. And it can be extended in the sense that it can rely on the manipulation of external resources. So I prefer grounding to these because any one of these has different commitments, and indeed some of them may even be inconsistent with each other. So an active cognition requires a fixed border between the organism and the external environment, and extended cognition, for instance, breaks down that. So I'm also going to be committed to a notion of representations, and so some supporters of inactive cognition want to get rid of the notion of representations. So grounded cognition has enjoyed a great deal of popularity, and there's a great deal of support for it, but it has changed, and it's changed in a way that is inconsistent with this sort of dual code approach that I began with. More recently, people have recognized that grounded cognition is committed in a deep sense to multimodal cognition. So the idea is not just that you have distributed representations across sensory and motor areas, but the areas that might be involved might themselves be multimodal in some important sense. It's also more recently committed to hierarchical representation. So we've seen in the earlier discussions of inner speech the role that supramodal areas might play, and indeed the way in which interaction in functional systems might depend on higher and lower areas interacting with each other. It's also typically these days committed to a kind of flexible conception. So the idea being that there's a great deal of task and context sensitivity to how our concepts are realized, and that needs to be built into any conception of grounding. So grounding has changed, right? It's changed from being committed to a kind of modal specificity to a broader notion of what an experiential representation might be. And so we need to take that into account when thinking about the possibility that language itself might be a grounded phenomenon. So I just want to provide some reasons to think that all these things are true. So just on the multimodal front, we can think of flavor, right? So a grounded theory of concepts would argue that that we would, when thinking about something like a durian, that's this fruit here, that we might think about flavor, and that flavor would be represented in experiential areas associated with our experiences of eating a durian or being in the presence of a durian. You might not eat it once you've smelled it. Flavor, and researchers who work on flavor recognize the importance of multimodal perception, right? Flavor itself seems to be a multimodal perception. So it's not just multimodal in the sense that it has a collection of modality-specific representations, but rather it itself is a multimodal phenomenon. And so in order to account for what would seem to be an example of grounding, if we had, for instance, flavor representations being elicited by thoughts of durians, then we need to expand our notion of grounding to include this sort of multimodality. There are also reasons to think that we need to include supermodal and cross-modal areas. So one of the early criticisms of embodied cognition was that we found areas in semantic tasks that were elicited that were not primary perceptual areas. And this really has borne out. This is true that we do find often areas that are higher level and may be associated with phenomena such as we saw with condensing with inner speech. There's a great deal of controversy about the exact details, but a clear case might be made with something like the connection between action and vision. So one well-studied phenomena is the role of the lateral occipitotemporal cortex, the LOTC, and it's been implicated in perception, understanding, and the production of action. The sort of triumvirate there that you would expect with grounded perception, right? And this area includes the human middle temporal cortex, which is motion selective, the extrastriate body area. But just to give an example here, here is a review study, and what we have here are the borders of the LOTC. You can see it's not quite primary visual cortex, and it's associated with all of these sorts of processes, which fits, I think, with an idea of grounding once you've expanded it to include supramodal areas. I will also point out that the LOTC is a multimodal area as well, because it can be elicited by auditory stimuli, for instance. Okay, and then the final thing I want to point out with a contemporary theory of grounding is that the idea that it's flexible. There are multiple senses of flexibility. I just want to point to one because it relates to the issue of abstract concepts, which is a central focus of this workshop. Here we have a study. This is a property listing study, but you can look at the clusters that Kiefer and Harpaner found. And you can see in the blue cluster 2, you can see that verbal association seems to play a role in the properties listed within this cluster to a greater extent. Now, of course, it seems to play a role in all of the clusters, but of course, it dominates this particular cluster. So this is an indication that different concepts, in particular, different abstract concepts might be associated with verbal processing more than others. This doesn't fit with the kind of basic concrete abstract distinction that the dual code theory was meant to respond to. It fits with a more current understanding of abstract concepts as inherently heterogeneous. Nevertheless, we still have reason to think that language might play an important role. So the question is, what's the nature of that role? So I want to introduce a theory that I've been working with. It's a theory that matches up in many respects with the WAT theory, the word is social tool theory. But this theory embraces the idea that language is a grounded phenomena, and that's important for understanding its role in our concepts. So it's an acronym. It's language as an embodied neuroenhancement and scaffold. So I'm emphasizing the inner role it plays as a neuroenhancement, in addition to a more outer role that it plays as a scaffold. Although, of course, with inner speech, right, that scaffolding can be internalized. So that's the core idea. So let's begin with the scaffolding idea. The scaffolding idea focuses on the nature of the external symbol system. The fact that language exhibits many of the properties which supporters of amodal symbols have put forth, and that is that it's arbitrary, systematic, productive, and compositional in useful ways. And Andy Clark is one of the people that has really worked on this idea. So he's building on the work of Vygotsky too, though, of course. So the idea here is the computational value of a public system lies in essentially context-free arbitrary symbols. The idea is that this system can push, pull, tweak, cajole, and even, and eventually cooperate with various non-arbitrary, modality-rich, context-sensitive ones. So the idea here is that the external symbol system that we learn to use enables us to enhance our grounded conceptual system, but it does so as an external system that has different properties. He colorfully talks about us as linguistic cyborgs, right? So we have this kind of additional technology, the symbol technology, that enables us to think in ways and to push and pull our grounded thinking in ways. I think that's a useful notion, but in keeping with the talks that preceded me, I also think that this useful symbol system becomes internalized in a way and plays an important role in that sense. And so that's the idea of it being a kind of neuroenhancement. So the idea here is that we're going to look at the internal role that the neurologically realized language system might play in grounded cognition. So we're thinking of language, right, as something we experience in a grounded way, and that the mechanisms involved in that experience are thus going to underwrite, if you will, the grounded nature of the role of language in our concepts. So if we're going to buy into this, right, then we have a kind of framework for thinking about language, right? We can think of it as the selective re-engagement of experiential representations associated with language use and comprehension. So the idea is we have a kind of neural reuse of the language system, and that might play an important role in shaping our concepts. We can kind of think of this in terms of situated action. So the idea would be that what we're simulating is situated actions, but this time it's linguistic actions as opposed to interactions with the reference, say, of concrete concepts. And what I'm proposing is that this idea can shape and bring together different bodies of research and then kind of show its worth as a sort of way of rethinking grounding. So if we adopt this overall perspective, so if we have this view of the role of language from the kind of forest view, then we get an interesting understanding of some of the particular areas of research that people have done, and we have particular commitments with respect to that. So if we're thinking of language as a grounded phenomena, right? If we're thinking of neural simulation of the use and comprehension of language, then we would expect the elements of language or of that experience would be a better way of thinking about it, to be relevant to abstract concepts in specific, but concepts in general as well. So words acting as labels should make a contribution, right? So they should help us generalize from experiential particulars. Some conceptual content should be encoded in the association of words with other words, right? So word associations should play a role in encoding some aspects of our conceptual content. The structural properties, the fact that it's a single symbol system, right? That one that is governed by syntactic properties, that should also play a role in the encoding of concepts. And even more, in sort of even more revolutionary sense, right? Aspects, these dialogic aspects of language should also be important for encoding abstract content and even non-abstract content, right? So the idea is that pragmatic discourse-related knowledge should also play a role in our concepts in a way that is not really accounted for on the sort of a dual code sort of perspective that people have adopted. So what I'm proposing here is that we think about language as a grounded phenomena. So it's not a completely separate phenomena. We don't box it off and say, well, we have grounded cognition and then we have language, and language plays a role sometimes, right? We think about language itself as grounded, and these predictions fall out of it. So how does this help us, thank you, with abstract concepts? Well, abstract concepts are less tied to direct experience. They tend to be more flexible with regard to contexts, and they are also, to some extent, heterogeneous. And so the idea would be that sometimes we rely on linguistic experience, right? And indeed neural simulations associated with that, and neural reuse of experiential mechanisms involved in language to capture these concepts, or at least some of them. Right? So there's been a bunch of research on abstract concepts. It's been in exploding areas. As grounded cognition became more established, people started to wonder about abstract concepts and to try to deal with findings with regard to them. And so we can bring together under this sort of rubric of language as a grounded phenomena, various different streams of research. We can think about the label feedback hypothesis, which focuses on the role of labels and how conceptual content can be shaped by the presence of labels. We can look at embodied distributional hybrids, where people are looking at the role of distributional knowledge in the encoding of concepts. We can look at embodied conceptual combination, which focuses on the structural properties, right? So here's another approach looking at different features. And then we think about some of the ideas associated with the dialogic properties, and indeed the sort of thinking about language as a kind of situated action, right? We get different accounts from that perspective. So the language and situated simulation action approach, the last approach, focuses on language as a kind of shortcut, right? But of course, that's just emphasizing the scaffold part, and with the embodied neuroenhancement part, the idea is that that the dialogic properties would actually play a greater role, and this fits with the word as social tool model, and indeed the developmental evidence that Borghi and her colleagues have gathered. So. We're getting an ability to unify these different sorts of approaches. It also maybe enables us to think more deeply about some of the findings. So for instance, the left inferior frontal gyrus is often found to be active during the processing, had shown greater activation during the process of abstract concepts. And we can sort of think again in terms of the role that it might play. There's different theories of the contribution of the LIFG, and once we recognize that concepts are include supramodal and even flexible elements, we can rethink how these things fit together. So the idea that I've tried to defend in this short talk is that we should think of the contribution of language to grounded cognition in a way that makes it consistent with and fit with grounded cognition, rather than to think of it as some sort of external factor. So I'm hoping now that we can see some of the trees, now that we've talked about the forest. I welcome any questions and I'm happy to talk about it. Thank you so much to everybody.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for a wonderful talk. That was absolutely fascinating. And it's really nice to see the links coming between the talks we've had already. I have quite a few questions to ask, but I do not want to hog the discussion. So let me just have a little look to see if anything's come through. We have a bit of a delay with the questions coming through on YouTube coming through to us. So I'll give it 30 seconds. And if they've not come through to us yet, then I will hog the conversation. I think I will. I just wanted to know from a developmental point of view, as a child language researcher, how your approach helps to understand the developmental process of children actually learning language.
I'm deeply committed to this idea that language has a developmental impact, and that we should think of our concepts as evolving over time, right? And there's been a lot of work within this context about the role that that language might play in our concepts, and in particular, we can think of bodies of research such as people talking about theories of mind. And one of the interesting things is that when you look at the theory of mind research, what you find is evidence that labels matter, evidence that syntax matters, and evidence that conversations matter. And those all fit with the general picture here. So this is a deeply developmental view, and I'm very committed to that for personal reasons. I have a nonverbal child on the autism spectrum, and so I'm constantly wondering about the nature of this concept. So yeah, I think it should fit with and should embrace the idea. And that's another thing that I think has been missing from some of the discussion of grounded cognition. You would think, because of its focus on experience, that it would be hand in hand with a lot of developmental research, but it hasn't been. And I think part of that is just the nature of the theories and then the research being looked at. And so part of my role here is to try to integrate the different bodies of research. So I'm deeply committed to it being studied in that way.
Thank you very much, and thank you for indulging me with my question. Now the questions are coming through thick and fast, so let's see how we go. So a question from Fabio Marson, very fascinating talk. Some theories suggest that language evolved from our ability to use tools. Do you agree with that? So two-bit question. And do you think that the relationship between language and tool use is causal? So do you agree that it comes from our ability to use tools and that language and tool use is causal?
Yeah, that's a big question. I guess I'm going to punt a little bit, but say that I think language is a tool. And it's a tool for social interaction, but it is also a cognitive tool. And what I'm focusing on is the nature of it as a cognitive tool. And I think that's important. And I think a theory of concepts needs to take that into account. I wish I had a better story of its evolutionary history. I think I think it's a developmental phenomena to some extent. So but one that has been shaped by natural selection.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Okay, I'll go quickly. The next one from Gary: what kind of empirical data vis-a-vis language cognition links do you wish existed, but which does not? Brackets yet.
Well, I think I'm learning. I mean, every day, and include just this morning, like I think all the work on inner speech fits neatly with the view that I'm offering. And I think we need to think of the dialogic aspects much more, and particularly if we're committed to language as a grounded phenomena, then the fact that it has these dialogical components seems to be really important. And I think we need to really think about different methodologies and experimental paradigms that we might have to bring forth that kind of aspect of language processing, rather than to think of it in terms of the static manipulation of symbols.
Brilliant, thank you. And we're going to see if we can get a final question in. This is from Hassan Banaoui. Are metaphorical concepts essentially abstract?
So I think the answer with metaphor is complicated, but I think we use metaphor in a way, in several ways. And I think actually understanding language as this kind of experiential phenomena, and we can make different uses of metaphors. So I think there's a difference between dead metaphors and live metaphors. And part of it might be which systems they're engaging. So if we think about it purely in a grounded sense, dead metaphors might often rely on verbal associations more, or even sort of generalized pragmatic content, whereas live metaphors might depend more on activating sensorimotor mechanisms. So I think that it's a really complicated answer, and I think metaphor itself is a complicated phenomena, but it is absolutely something we use when thinking abstractly. So yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you so much. Wonderful discussion, wonderful talk, perfectly on time. So thank you very much for making my job such a pleasure. Right, thank you very much, Professor Duff. We will let you have some peace and move on to our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to. it. Go ahead.
Okay, it's an absolute pleasure to introduce our next speaker in this session, which is Professor Peter Langland-Hassan from the University of Cincinnati. And his talk today will be entitled Addressing Abstract Conceptual Abilities with Nonverbal Stimuli, a Path Forward. Over to you, Professor.
Okay. Thanks very much. Okay, good. Thank you, Taya, and thanks to everyone. Thank you to the organizers. Really grateful for the invitation and the chance to talk to folks about abstract concepts and language. So here's my plan for today. I want to begin by discussing some ambiguities in the notion of abstractness that I've seen in the current literature, and specifically in what it is, how abstractness can come in degrees for concepts. Then I want to clarify an understanding of abstraction that I think works and that resolves those ambiguities, and that I think is what people have had in mind anyway. And then I want to show how abstractness can be assessed with nonverbal stimuli, which I think is really important if we want to disentangle abstract concepts from language in a way that will allow us to better investigate how one might depend on the other, so that we don't always have to use language as part of our stimuli when we're trying to assess abstract conceptual abilities. And as part of that, I want to argue that it's actually a mistake to focus on the question of the abstractness of concepts, and I want to suggest instead we might do better to focus on the abstractness of a task that we're presented with, and that this will still get at what we want to get at with this question about abstract concepts. And then I want to explain a benefit of that is that it may actually increase interest in this question about abstract thought beyond the community of people working in embodied cognition, for whom it's a particularly interesting question, namely the relationship between language and abstract concepts. But I think even people who believe in amodal concepts and things like that can be interested in this question of abstract thought. So to begin a little bit on, well, okay, what makes one concept more abstract than another? And let's start with a little quote from Borghi and colleagues, who say concrete concepts such as table and cat typically have single, bounded, identifiable reference that can be perceived with our senses. In contrast, abstract concepts such as fantasy, freedom, and justice lack bounded and clearly perceivable reference. Abstract concepts, though, are more detached from sensorial experience. Just on a quick read, you might think, well, that sounds almost like a binary criterion, with concepts, concrete concepts having reference that can be perceived with the senses, and abstract concepts not. So is this just an all or nothing kind of distinction? Borghi, no, they suggest no, that's not what they want. They do say these don't represent a dichotomy, and most of the folks working now don't see it that way as a dichotomy. Look, I've got a few word pairs here where one seems more abstract than the other. For instance, living being seems more abstract than dog, object in some sense more abstract than chair, tool more abstract than screwdriver in some sense. Of course, all these things though are clearly easy to perceive. There's no difficulty in perceiving objects or tools or living beings. So how should we understand degrees of abstractness? Well, one of the most common ways of formalizing this idea of degrees is found in concreteness ratings, which are attached to words. And some of the most influential ratings of that sort come from Brisbert and colleagues who rated over 40,000 or so common words for concreteness. And to get those ratings, they give they sum, in average responses from many participants who are given the following sort of prompt. It's actually a very long prompt. I'll just read you portions of it, but it's interesting to look at. This is what so it says here, some words refer to things or actions in reality, which you can experience directly through one of the 5 senses. We call these words concrete words. Other words refer to meanings that cannot be experienced directly, but which we know because the meanings can be defined by other words. These are abstract words. Still other words fall in between the 2 extremes because we can experience them to some extent. And in addition, we rely on language to understand them. we want you to indicate how concrete the meaning of each word is for you by using a 5-point rating scale going from abstract to concrete. And it continues, I've cut out parts of it. The easiest way to explain a word is by pointing to it or by demonstrating it. An abstract word comes with a lower rating, and the easiest way to explain it is by using other words. So there's no simple way to demonstrate justice, but we can explain the meaning of the word by using other words that capture parts of its meaning. So this is just part of what we have in their prompt that they're giving people, and then people say, okay, I've heard all this, and I'm going to rate a bunch of words. Again, there are two ideas that I see lurking in this long prompt that they're trying to get across to people. On the one hand, they're suggesting that the concrete abstract distinction seems kind of binary in the sense that they're talking about some things are perceivable, they're in reality, and some things are not. Even though they do say some things are somewhat perceptible, but it's not too clear what that is. On another hand, the distinction seems graded when they start talking about how easy or difficult it is to teach a word by pointing at something, by pointing or demonstrating instances of its referent and without using words. Because the easiness of explaining something, that is something that could come in degrees, even if, to my mind at least, whether you can perceive something or not doesn't come in degrees. So I think everyone wants actually more of the criterion that we see in 2, this sort of idea of easiness of explaining. But you might ask, at least, or I did, what does the abstractness of a concept have to do with how easy it is to explain a word by pointing at things, if that's what actually comes in degrees? And the second question, can we generate norms for abstractness ratings without explicitly mentioning words and how words are needed to explain the concept of a certain words, as we saw in their prompt? Can we, is all as part of the project of sort of disentangling the very idea of abstractness from language itself. Well, with those questions in mind, I thought of an alternative way you might try to get concreteness ratings that might have some advantages. So I've envisioned, many of you have probably played a game Pictionary, where you see a word on a card and your task is to get people to guess what that word is just on the basis of your drawings, okay? So with that sort of game in mind, we could ask participants, okay, for the word we're about to show you, please rate on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being easiest, how easy it would be to get someone to guess the word from your drawings, assuming no limitations on your drawing abilities, you're a great artist and so on. My guess is this will give us ratings that closely track word concreteness ratings. And we won't have mentioned words in the prompt or the idea that some things are more perceptible than others, which both of those I found a little bit problematic. It's an open question whether we really would get the similar ratings to concreteness ratings. I'm just proposing that we might. And if that's true, what does that tell us about the abstractness itself? What are we thinking about as abstractness? And I think we can draw all these ideas together when we look at some of work from going back to Eleanor Roche, and more recently, Eileen Yee has articulated some of these ideas in her research, saying that an alternative to concreteness ratings as a means to defining degrees of abstractness is to cite hierarchical relationships among categories as a means to expressing this. So here you have a hierarchy of categories going from living being down to animal, to mammal, dog, and then basset hound. So a category in this kind of hierarchy is subordinate to any category on its left and superordinate to any on its right. So the superordinate categories all contain the things subordinate to them and things in addition. And the idea here is that we might get more abstract as we move away from basset hound towards dog, towards mammal, towards animal, towards living being, because the members of each group are getting ever more diverse as we move in a superordinate direction. So here's a quote from Yee, who says, the different levels and hierarchical descriptions of semantic knowledge can be thought of as degrees of abstraction, with superordinate or more inclusive levels corresponding to more abstraction and subordinate levels corresponding to less. This process of abstraction is the essence of conceptual structure, she says. So I think if we assume with sort of the embodied cognition framework that a concept of X, something, anything X, is something like a group of stored representations of past perceptions of X's. Then when uniting those representations within a concept, more of the detail in them is abstracted away from for more abstract superordinate categories, in the sense that it's not considered especially relevant to the kind, because that information, that sensory information that somehow composes the concept of the category, is not, it contains a lot of detail that's not shared by all or even most of the members of the category. So that's the sense in which we're getting more abstract as we go in the superordinate direction. Again, working with the idea, the sort of embodied cognition or neo-empiricist views that concepts are essentially sensory in some sense. So words for these more abstract kinds will also be harder to explain by pointing to things in the Brisbert notion that we saw in those prompts, or by drawing them, a la my Pictionary principle, because we're forced to draw many features low in relevance to the category for superordinate categories, right? If we just have to draw one animal, we're drawing a lot of irrelevant information to the notion of animalness. So here we have a way of uniting the Brisbert prompt used for concreteness ratings and my Pictionary principle, which was sort of my way of trying to understand what it was about, with an independent conception of abstractness grounded in hierarchical category relationships. So I think that's good. To me, that makes a lot of sense. It brings a few different things together. And we see that it's not that some things are only somewhat perceptible, but that some concepts have reference that bear few salient perceptible similarities, and so are difficult to explain when limited to displaying perceptible properties of reference. So that's sort of a midway point in my talk where I feel like we've got a few things coming together. We have a notion of abstractness on the table for a concrete concept, for a variety of concepts, but there are two downsides that I see to where we've landed. So this understanding of abstract concepts is still tied to word ratings, making it less than ideal for assessing the relationship of language to abstract concepts. And it also seems to assume an embodied cognition friendly, or as I called it, neo-empiricist view of what it is for a concept to be abstract. And so may be of limited interest to other theoretical viewpoints that don't see concepts as inherently grounded or built up out of past perceptual experiences. So my plan for the balance of this talk is to suggest that abstract ratings actually need not and shouldn't be tied to words, but instead to individual tasks. And then I want to show why this might help to broaden interest in questions surrounding abstract concepts beyond, but without excluding, but still beyond the embodied cognition framework, and also without having changed the subject completely. So when we start to think about nonverbal ways of studying concept use, nonverbal semantic memory tasks may come to mind. These are tasks where, using a famous version of them is shown here. This is a trial from the Cambridge Semantic Memory Test Battery, also known as the cactus to camels task, where a target image is shown at the top, and then you've given 4 choices and got to find the right one. And so in linking the camel with the cactus, the participant shows some facility with some conceptual abilities, some semantic memory with respect to camels, with respect to cacti, and I would guess also with respect to the concept of a desert as being something that links the target and the match. And you can test conceptual abilities non-verbally in this kind of way. Here's another trial from that same battery with an airplane, and you match it with the bird, you've got some conception of the idea that they each fly, and you've exercised the concept of flying, but you've been triggered to do so non-verbally. With this kind of task in mind, I want to show a couple, make a point through showing a couple more semantic memory trials that I've just created for this talk. So here's one with a dog at the top, and you got 4 choices below to choose from to match with it. Well, the correct choice is the standard poodle, the dog. Okay. You could say this in some sense, in matching those two, you've categorized them both as dogs. You've exercised the concept of dog. You've shown your semantic memory with respect to dogs in some sense. How abstract is that, or what kind of, how abstract is the concept that was used? Well, before answering, look at the second version of this trial. This also asks us to match a dog with a a dog, if this were considering the dog the correct answer. And however, intuitively, there's a lot more abstraction that is required to get the right answer here. This is because, well, we have shared perceptible features between the dog and other things shown. And but so the way those two dogs go together is more abstract than, say, the way these two dogs go together. This will happen in any kind of nonverbal semantic memory trial. Here we have a fruit trial, and it seems hopefully the banana and orange leap out quickly as a match here. And it doesn't seem like a particularly abstract task to have to solve. But if we just change the distractor items to a less paradigmatic fruit, such as a tomato, suddenly we got a much more abstract linkage that's required. So I want to suggest, in looking at, say, this fruit trial and the dog trial, it would be wrong to ask, well, how abstract was the concept that you used? In one sense, I've used fruit both times when I was doing this link, and I used dog both times when I was doing this link. But it's really, depending on features of the task, you could say, well, one could be much more abstract than the other, depending on things like, are the target and match visually similar? That will make it less abstract. Or are they commonly found together in a certain thematic setting? If they are, that could also make it less abstract than cases where there's a link, but they don't share those kinds of associations or visual similarities. So a couple, and this is all going very quickly, but it's a short talk, so I get to make big conclusions without a lot of support. So look, a couple abstract concepts, do's and don'ts, I want to suggest at least. Don't ask how abstract is a concept, dog or fruit. While we can perhaps define such a notion, I think there may be little reason to think that it's relevant in specific contexts where concepts are used. My second point there got cut off, but the idea here is that I think the relativity of how abstract the thought was for a certain task gets much more clear when we're not using a word for the stimulus. When you're always just coming with the word cat or dog, you may feel like, well, we're triggering the same concept each time. But the fact that we're up to something very different cognitively becomes more salient when we look at how the task changes when we're using nonverbal stimuli. So I say, do ask how much abstraction from past experience a task requires. For example, how much abstraction is required in order to link the target and match as dogs or as fruit. And so I've taken that approach with some colleagues in a paper that we just published in Cognition, where we created about 80 sort of nonverbal semantic memory trials of basically looking like the ones you just saw, and we tried to norm them for the level of abstract thought they require. And I proposed that there's at least two important things to keep in mind when trying to norm them in that way. So first, how visually similar are the target and match compared to the other available choices? When the target and match are very visually similar compared to the other choices you have, that makes it less abstract and more concrete, if you'd like. So we can ask, MTurk or whatever participants you may find, people, just as like we can generate concreteness ratings for words, we can ask people to make these assessments about visual similarity among these, among the pictures, and arrive at a visual similarity score for the trial. And we can do the same thing, not just for visual similarity, but also assess the setting related themes. So how often are bananas and tomatoes found together in a common setting compared to, say, bananas and carrots? And if they're very commonly found together, that's going to make it more concrete than less abstract. If they're not commonly found together, that's going to make it more abstract. And that's part of the reason this gets like a more abstract trial, because bananas aren't found more commonly with tomatoes really than they are with carrots. In any case, the idea is to sum those scores and to thereby arrive at an overall trial concreteness rating for the trial. And as we saw, two different fruit trials that in some sense query the concept fruit could have quite different trial concreteness / abstractness ratings. So some virtues of this approach that I want to propose. Ratings of trial concreteness and abstractness in this way are not inherently linked to words, allowing for a clearer assessment eventually of the relationship of abstract thought to language, because words aren't being used in the semantic memory trials themselves or in the prompts that are used to generate trial concreteness ratings for the trials. We're just asking them, rate how commonly these two things are found together or not, or how visually similar they are. It also, I think, allows for what we can call a big tent approach to studying abstract cognition. It doesn't require defining abstractness in neo-empiricist terms as the degree of similarity of the sensory simulations that compose the concept. So that's an idea, right? Anyone who's talking about especially abstract concepts, they've got some idea about how concepts are formed that have led them to say that. And they may be correct about that, but there are probably other people who don't agree with us. If there are folks who think lots of concepts are innate and then other concepts are built up out of those innate concepts, they may be less inclined to call some concepts more abstract than others. So cognitivists would be people like that, people working in the tradition of Jerry Fodor and things. But they could nevertheless take an interest in whether language facilitates abstract classifications of the sort we've looked at, because they don't have to agree to talk about some concepts being more abstract than others. But I think neither have we completely changed the topic in doing this. I think the embodied cognition theorist sees abstract concepts as fundamentally tied to processes of abstraction from perceptible and thematic features. That's what they're interested in being interested in abstract concepts. And solving nonverbal semantic memory trials that are low in trial concreteness, as I've defined it, requires the same abstraction from perceptible and thematic features. So I think we can non-verbally assess the abstraction relevant also to many paradigmatically abstract concepts such as predict, rare, and save. So we don't just have to test concepts like fruit and dog. So just to show you quickly, I know I'm running out of time, but a couple examples from the experiment we did. Here you have a woman with a crystal ball at the top, and these were the 4 choices. Correct one is highlighted, the weather forecaster, and here we're testing the concept predict or forecast, which are intuitively abstract concepts. But in generating the rating, the abstractness rating for this trial, we didn't have to mention the word predict or forecast. We just asked how visually similar are the target and match, and how commonly are they found together. When both of those get low ratings, then it's an abstract trial. Same for this kind of trial, maybe less salient to non-US audience. A $2 bill is extremely rare in the United States, so it goes with the rare white tiger. And again, this is a way of testing the concept of rareness in an abstract concept. And you can give a trial like this an abstractness rating, even though it's still nonverbal. Here's the paper where we used a bunch of those nonverbal semantic trials that we had normed in the first norming procedure for levels of trial concreteness. And we then compared the performance of a population with aphasia, language, specifically language production aphasias, to controls, and found that some interesting results, that the people with aphasia were, as the trials got more abstract, and this trial abstractness rating showed proportionately longer response time, suggesting more difficulty as sort of the level of trial concreteness decreased. And of course, they were, took longer in general, but they seemed especially, pronounced reaction times as abstractness increased, suggesting maybe the lack of the ability to generate language took away an important support for that. But still, I think a lot more work to be done with this basic paradigm and seeing what we can do with it. So summing up, there are difficulties in understanding what it is to be an abstract concept. I think it's worth focusing on that and trying to get precise about it. But I think we can do that, and that it comes in degrees when we can see that it makes sense that it comes in degrees when we link popular concreteness prompts, as we saw with Brisbane, to the idea of hierarchical category relationships. And but once we see that that's what's going on with abstractness, I think we can justifiably devise a way of rating nonverbal trials and not concepts themselves for their degree of abstractness, making sort of abstractness very context dependent in that sense, or just recognizing that it is. And that this has a few benefits, not linking abstractness inherently to words, so that we can better assess the relationship between language and abstract classifications, increasing interest in abstract cognition, perhaps more beyond the embodied and empiricist views of concepts, and allowing abstract thought abilities to be assessed in relation to a wide variety of categories, including paradigmatically abstract ones. Thanks a lot.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was really, really interesting and really fantastic. I love the paradigm and bringing in the hierarchical relationships. It's really, really fantastic. So I'll go to the questions. We've got two strands of questions coming through. One that's kind of doing an overarching question about inner speech. So we'll focus on the one that we have that's specifically about this paradigm. And this is from Jasper van der Herrik. Would it indeed be easier to draw a basset hound than it would be to draw a dog in Pictionary? It seems easier to draw a dog to me.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there is, that's something that we don't get right in that's where the idea of superordinate categories doesn't march up perfectly with the idea of the Pictionary principle. Or, and so what about, you know, and so which way should we go with this, right? So do we stick with superordinate categories as always being more abstract, or do we follow something, my Pictionary principle, or setting my thing aside? What about when the Brisbane norms, the concreteness norms, because we see the same kind of thing there as you might see with the Pictionary principle, where people will rate dog to be more concrete than an individual species of dog. Or if I think of trying to think of there are examples, specific examples I've seen of this where like you'll have, well, okay, I don't want to give the wrong example, but there are examples like that in those norms as well, where people rate something like cat as more imageable or concrete than tabby, you know. So so which way do we want to go with those two? They do come apart there. I think you probably need to follow the norm, the ratings given, you know, and find a way to call one more the one that gets rated through the concreteness ratings or something like the Pictionary principle more less abstract, but that's not going to match up well with the hierarchical relations. So there's yeah, it's an interesting pressure point that everyone's going to have to say something about.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Thank you. Okay, let me see. The chat's gone quite long. Right, so I'll go to the questions because there's a bit of chat going on as well. Andrew Wilson, one thing these tests show is that even abstract concepts like predict can live in perceptible things. Are there any concepts so abstract that they cannot be so embodied?
In principle, no. You know, so here's we did a concept, the concept justice. Okay. Now you get into some interesting things. The way we did justice was showing some scales at the top as the target image, and then 4 choices and different kinds of hammers, where one was a gavel that a judge uses. Okay. Intuitively, the link there is somehow justice or law. This was a very easy trial for people to do. And there are a number of questions you can raise about it. You know, people aren't perceiving justice itself when looking at those pictures, right? They're looking at a hammer and a scale. So on the one hand, we didn't show the things that we didn't show, arguably, you know, not showing instances of the kind of thing of the category justice. But you could still make the argument that you can't answer that effectively, or at least, I don't know, can't, but your ability to answer it effectively shows facility with the concept of justice or law. But you get into interesting, difficult questions where, well, is it justice or law or symbols of justice or law? But I take it if you could have the concept of symbols of justice of law, then you could have the concept of justice and law as well. But there may be cases that you can't do, but I don't know of any in principle.
Okay, I think we could go on for much longer, but I'm going to have to draw it to a close so everyone can have a break. The one question that was asked, sort of an overarching question, was about the extent to which, it was going back to the inner speech, as the extent to which inner speech is a cultural artifact. I think this is something that maybe we can discuss kind of when we're bringing everything together, that's something to bear in mind. But for now, I'm going to thank the speakers very much for wonderful presentations. Thank you. We have now a 15-minute break, and then we will be coming back with a new chair again, which will be Christian Thielen, and he will take you through the next talk. So thank you very much, everybody.
Welcome back to the last session for today on our conference, Fresh Perspectives on Abstract Concepts. We have 3 speakers lined up for this last session. But before I'll introduce the first speaker, I'll just remind you that it will be possible to ask questions to the speakers by using the commenting function on YouTube for those who follow the event from there. We have kind of a tight schedule, so we cannot promise that that we have time for all questions, but please ask them. Also notice that we have a Slack chat running where you can continue discussions also after the event today. And of course, be aware that this fantastic conference is continuing the next couple of days. But let's get started. We have our first speaker, Professor Penny Pexman from the University of Calgary, and she'll talk on children's acquisition of abstract vocabulary. Please take the floor, Penny.
Super, thank you very much. So it's a real pleasure to be here today and to be part of this tremendous conference. My talk will be a little bit of a change of pace from the previous. So I'm going to tell you about 3 different behavioral studies that we have conducted with children in the last few years, examining children's acquisition of abstract concepts. So I want to begin by introducing you to Max. Max is the almost 8-year-old son of one of my PhD students, Lorraine Regan. And Lorraine snapped this picture when they were out for a hike recently near Calgary. They were walking along, came across some rocks that had some words printed on them. And one of the words was hope. So Max held up this rock in the air and said, if I hold it up higher, it means COVID is going to get better. And I think it's a nice example of something that doesn't happen very often, which is that Max is getting to have a fairly rich sensorimotor experience retrieving and sharing the meaning of this abstract concept. So we know that children's first concepts emerge out of sensorimotor interactions in infancy and into toddlerhood. But for a number of years, I've been really interested in the question of then what? So what happens once children start to acquire those rich abstract concepts that make up so much of our adult vocabulary? So we know from some corpus analyses that abstract vocabulary acquisition grows a lot during the early school years, continues to develop into adulthood. And we also know from a recent study by Marta Panari that there seems to be a really steep increase right around the age that Max is in this picture. So right around 8.5 years of age. And so the studies I want to tell you about today really test 2 different potential mechanisms for that remarkable abstract vocabulary acquisition. One is learning through language. And this is an idea that you've heard quite a bit about already today, and Anna introduced really clearly in her introduction at the outset. So the meanings of abstract words by this account are learned via language. We also have heard a little bit today already about the dual coding account. So this is the idea that verbal information is particularly important to the representations of abstract words. Similarly, there's the related idea of syntactic bootstrapping. So it's potentially through linguistic structure that children can begin to map some of those abstract terms to reference in the world. There's also the more distributional view that I'm going to lump into this learning through language section. So it's here through association or co-occurrence with other words in discourse and context that their meanings can be acquired. And this particular view makes a prediction that we're going to test in one of the experiments, and that's the idea that words that are used in more diverse language contexts might be easier to learn. So we will return to that momentarily. The other mechanism we're going to test is learning through emotion. So Anna, in some of her work, has called this the affective embodiment account. I like that label. We're going to borrow it because the notion is that abstract concepts, or sorry, abstract words do tend to be more valenced than concrete on average, although obviously there's huge diversity among abstract terms. And so they are more valenced, and so potentially some of those felt experiences that we label with emotion terms might be an early way for children to begin to map labels to some of those felt experiences that are somewhat more abstract. And so you could think about something like emotion bootstrapping as a potential way for the meanings of some abstract terms to still be relatively embodied. So there's not a lot of evidence, or there haven't been a lot of empirical studies testing these ideas. And so that's some of what I want to share with you today. And one of our inspirations was a study that I'm sure you're going to hear about in 2 days from Marta as well. So it was an auditory lexical decision task trying to get some empirical data about what children are sensitive to as they retrieve lexical meaning. So they did an auditory lexical decision task. They tested children from about age 6 to about age 12, testing for when they seemed to be sensitive to that emotion information. So some of the terms were valenced. And they found some evidence that the children were particularly sensitive to valence information for abstract word meanings around age 8 to 9, which of course is this age when we're seeing a steep increase in abstract vocabulary acquisition. They didn't find any evidence of sensitivity in the younger group. They didn't find any in an older group. So it seemed to be kind of a fleeting phenomenon. And that was really the jumping off point for the first study that I'm going to tell you about. So we wanted to go looking for valence effects in children's lexical processing. And to do that, really, there was not a lot of data with children. And so we needed to look to the adult literature to get a sense of what would we be expecting to find. So if children are sensitive to valence information, what would that actually look like? And in the adult lexical processing literature, there are two quite distinct patterns that have been observed almost equally often. So one pattern is that you tend to see faster lexical semantic responses to positive words than to neutral, and then slower again for negative meanings. So this is kind of a linear pattern for valence. And this is attributed to something like automatic vigilance. So this idea that you're always kind of on guard for negative stimuli, and they cause almost like a freezing, and they interfere with your ability to make lexical responses. The other option was this inverted U pattern. So this is something like motivated attention, where you see faster responses for both negative and positive meanings than for neutral. So we thought these might be the kinds of things we would expect to see in children's lexical processing if we were to study it. And we did. So this is a study with children where we're trying to figure out what aspects, so is there any evidence that their behavioral responses as they retrieve word meanings, make decisions about word meanings, are influenced or related to valence and concreteness? And so just a little bit about the task. So children heard the stimuli through headphones. It's an auditory lexical decision task. They hear one item at a time, so they might hear mess, and they're told that they are word detectives. So as word detectives, they need to press the green button if they hear a real word, but if it's a fake word, they press the red button. So the correct response for mess is the green button, similarly for treat. But half of the time they heard non-words, and for those non-words, they needed to say, no, that's a fake word. So we're getting reaction time and accuracy information for the children's lexical processing. So the stimuli were presented in an auditory lexical decision task. We also collected some language measures from these children, and we'll return to those momentarily. We tested 99 children aged 5 to 7. And just to explain the nature of the stimuli, so we did treat concreteness as a continuous measure, but a median split on concreteness gives you about half of the items falling on the concrete end and half on the abstract. We wanted to give the kids a lot of items, and we wanted to give them items that we were comfortable they would be familiar with. So this is one of the challenges with studying children's lexical processing is when you're looking at 5 to 7-year-olds, their verbal repertoire is smaller than that of an adult. But nonetheless, we did find 120 items. And so half the items, as I said, are concrete. And within that concrete set, we've got 20 negative, 20 neutral, and 20 positive meanings. Amongst the abstract, the items that follow the abstract end of the scale, we've got, again, 20 negative, 20 neutral, and 20 positive items. And our age of acquisition, the average age of acquisition for these items is about 5.5 years. So we were quite comfortable that the children would be familiar with these items. And that's what's important in order for us to be able to actually collect reaction times that are interpretable. So just to remind you what the predictions would be here, if we are looking at that emotion, that learning through emotion mechanism, or the affective embodiment account, the prediction is a valence by concreteness interaction. So if children are showing sensitivity to valence information in their lexical processing, it should be particularly the case that they do that for abstract meanings, perhaps less so for concrete meanings that can be retrieved, represented by other kinds of information beyond emotion. Okay, so what did we find? Well, I'm showing you here the results for each of the 3 age groups separately. As I mentioned, we knew from the Panari study that these things tend to change quite quickly across the ages, and so we explored them separately. That interaction that we're predicting based on the affective embodiment account, we found only in 1 age group. So it's here in the 6-year-old age group. So the y-axis is reaction time in the auditory lexical decision task. The x is concreteness, and it's in each case on the left side for the relevant age group, you've got more abstract meanings, on the right, more concrete. And so what the interaction shows is the expected pattern. So so it's only for abstract words that the children are faster to words with negative and positive meanings, and slower to neutral. So it's really that inverted U that I was showing you in the adult literature that we're seeing there with 6-year-olds. For concrete words, they don't show an effective valence at 6. At 7, there was just a main effective valence. So they're a bit faster for positive meanings than neutral. So some evidence for the interaction. The other thing we found interesting was the hardest words at each age are kind of represented here with these Cheerios. And it's those abstract neutral meanings. So at every age, children are slower and less accurate to respond to words that have abstract meanings that don't have valence information associated with them. So an important question is, if those meanings, they don't have the benefit of valence, they're abstract, they don't have the benefit of sensorimotor information to the same extent the concrete meanings do, how are children learning and representing those meanings? And so the sense we had was that it's here that language might be particularly important for representation. And so we did explore the relationship of children's language competency. As I mentioned, we assessed that. The relationship of children's language competency to their processing of those abstract neutral meanings. And interestingly, there was evidence that that might be important. So this is an interaction of relative language competence with valence. And so across the x-axis, language competence, the children who are falling more towards the right end of the scale are more competent language users and language perceivers. And again, the Y is auditory lexical decision task reaction time. So the nature of this interaction is that as children become more competent language users, they become more and more proficient responders to those abstract neutral meanings. So some evidence that for those items, those abstract neutral meanings that are so challenging, the thing that might drive efficiency for them is the child's particular language competence. So some evidence perhaps for that learning through language mechanism. Okay, so we next wanted to explore again some of the predictions of these different mechanisms in childhood, but with a different cognitive process. So the cognitive process that we turned to was memory. And again, look to the adult literature because there's very little research looking at children's memory for words and the potential impact of valence and concreteness. So in the adult literature, there is evidence for emotional enhancement, and there really are two components. So emotional enhancement in adult memory involves a negativity effect, where negative meanings are remembered more accurately than neutral meanings. And the idea there is that's due to attentional bias that's present fairly early to negative information. And there was one previous study we could find with images where children had better image memory to negative images than neutral around age 7 to 8. And so this is, the negativity effect is something that seems to be present earlier, whereas the positivity effect, which is the other component of emotional enhancement in adult memory, emerges later, usually not observed until adulthood. And the explanation there is it's due to adults having more advanced emotion regulation skills and kind of a preferential, a bias to attend to positive things because it helps with maintaining positive mood. So this is what we expected we might find if we looked at children's recognition memory. So in this study, that's what we did. Again, it was auditory presentation, but now the children have, in an earlier portion of the experiment, they've heard these words already and done a simple task with those words. And now we're presenting the words again for recognition memory retrieval. And so the children are told, if you've heard this word already today, press the green button. If you didn't hear this word earlier today, press the red button. And so again, they just hear the words over headphones and make a simple button pushing response. And really what we're focused on is the accuracy of their response. So fear was an item that we had presented earlier. So the child correctly says, yes, that's an old item. Gold was also presented previously. Lamp was not. And so the child, if correct, should say, no, I didn't hear that earlier today. Okay, so it's an auditory recognition memory task. The children in this study are a little bit older, and we also tested a control group of adults. The design of the stimuli is the same, except they're entirely new items. So again, concrete, abstract on a continuum, and then we have both negative, neutral, and positive meanings for both concrete and abstract terms. And the average age of acquisition here is higher. So these are older children, but again, we really wanted to make sure that they would know these items. So we're looking at not just whether they know them, but do they actually remember them from earlier in the session. And the prediction, again, from the affective embodiment account is that valence by concreteness interaction. So with memory data, you can look at a few different measures of retrieval. I'm going to show you two of them. So one is hit rate. So this is correctly saying, yes, I heard that word earlier today. And we did find the predicted interaction for both children and adults. So both groups only showed valence effects for abstract words. And for children, it was just a negativity effect. So they are more accurate for negative than neutral meanings. For adults, it's both the negativity and the positivity effect. So full emotional enhancement of memory, but again, only for abstract words. And to my knowledge, this interaction hadn't been tested for previously with either children or adults. So interesting to see that it was there, but that's what you would predict from the affective embodiment account. We also looked at D prime, which you derive from kind of a signal detection analysis and assesses hits, false alarms, and a little bit of other stuff too, but is kind of a conventional measure of recognition memory accuracy. And here we didn't see the interaction. We just found valence effects for all words, so it wasn't distinct for concrete and abstract. And we also found concreteness effects. So the children showed a negativity effect across both concrete and abstract items. They also showed a concreteness effect. So they're more accurate for concrete than abstract meanings. And the adults just showed that same concreteness effect. So not consistent with affective embodiment, but consistent with what you typically see in terms of concreteness effects in memory. Okay, so the final study I want to tell you about is something we're currently working on doesn't involve collecting behavioral data from children, but it instead takes advantage of a large vocabulary acquisition data set that was first collected in the 1980s with thousands of items and thousands of children doing vocabulary tests, and then was kind of retrieved and cleaned up by Brisbert and published in BRM in 2017. So this allows you to look at vocabulary acquisition rates so you can look up a particular word, look at what proportion of children in a particular grade know that word based on these vocabulary tests for grades 2 to university age. So a nice big range of the ages at which children are getting good with abstract concepts. And so these are going to be our dependent measure. For predictors, we've got one, so amongst the things we've done, I want to highlight there's one analysis with a kind of language-based predictor. So this is semantic diversity, which is something that was quantified by Hoffman and colleagues. And it allows you to look at the number and similarity of contexts in which a word has appeared. So words that have high semantic diversity have appeared in lots of dissimilar linguistic contexts. So an example of a high SEMD word is predicament. An example of a low SEMD word is perjury. So perjury really only occurs in certain kinds of contexts, particularly legal ones. Predicament is more general. So if we want to look at the extent to which experiencing words in diverse linguistic contexts might support vocabulary acquisition, we're going to use SEMD as our predictor. It also happens to be available for thousands of words, which is a key criterion. So we're going to predict, according to a language-based account, an interaction of semantic diversity and concreteness. And then we also have an emotion-based predictor. Again, it's valence, which is available for thousands of items. And we make that prediction of a valence by concreteness interaction. So here's what we found. So this is the analysis looking at the effects of semantic diversity. So across the x-axis, higher semantic diversity falls on the right. Age of acquisition here is the grade at which children, about 2/3 of children have acquired the word based on those vocabulary acquisition tests. And so the main thing here is the predicted interaction is not observed. Instead, semantic diversity is great for learning words. So we've got a benefit of semantic diversity for both abstract and concrete meanings, but no evidence that there's an interaction as a function of concreteness. Interestingly, the model, if you put in frequency, concreteness, semantic diversity, and some interactions, accounts for about 40% of the variance in children's age of acquisition. So what I would take from that is there's a lot left to predict. So there's a lot of other factors that drive vocabulary acquisition that we need to be able to quantify. And that second analysis is looking at the emotion-based predictor, which is valence. Negative meanings are on the left, neutral in the middle, positive on the right. And here we do find the predicted interaction. So for abstract meanings, those that are valenced are actually acquired relatively early. Neutral abstract meanings are hard, and they're acquired quite late, which is consistent with that behavioral data set I showed you to start today. And then for concrete words, valence doesn't have the same kind of benefit. So this is consistent, again, with that affective embodiment account. And I want to highlight that there are very similar findings with a different age of acquisition data set in the Panari paper. So our findings are certainly consistent with that. Okay, so to begin to wrap up, we do find some support in these 3 studies for the language-based account, in particular that finding that language competence was related to children's processing of abstract neutral word meanings. But it's a single observation, and I would say we have a lot left to figure out in terms of which aspects of language experience are critical for abstract vocabulary acquisition, and a lot to figure out in terms of how that might vary across development. So we need a lot more of these data points. There's also, I think, in these data, good support for the affective embodiment account. So valence effects were observed in children's lexical processing, recognition, memory, and vocabulary acquisition, particularly for abstract words. So as I started with today as an assumption, sensorimotor information certainly is essential to children's early concepts. It continues to be important for certain kinds of concepts. But in later childhood, as the vocabulary becomes more abstract, sensorimotor information is really only one aspect of a multimodal set of information types that children draw on to support lexical semantic knowledge. So as I've shown you today, linguistic and emotion information are certainly also important. And we're really, I think, in the early stages of identifying what aspects of linguistic and emotion information are critical. So lots left to figure out, lots of variants left to explain. So I just want to end by thanking the fantastic students who've worked with me on these projects and our funders.
Thank you, Penny, so much for an amazing talk. It might be quiet in your end, but I'm sure that there's at least 100 people on YouTube and another 30 here clapping their hands. Okay, we are taking questions now, and as there's a slight delay from YouTube, maybe I can just ask a short clarification question while we are waiting for the questions to pop in. So I guess when we talk about valence here, they are based on possibly adult ratings of concepts and words. And do you have any kind of concerns that maybe our particular participants here would have a different conceptions of valence of some of these words that you used in? I was just noticing that some of them, might have a certain valence from our kind of particular experience of news and stuff that an 8-year-old might not really be so susceptible to, maybe.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. And it's one of the things that has been challenging is to figure out what kinds of ratings children could provide us with. I think so one of the things we've done with sensorimotor ratings is that we're currently working on is we've got these adult ratings of something we call body object interaction, which characterizes the ways you might interact with an object with the human body. We've just collected some ratings that parents have provided of children's body object interaction experience and are finding that they're not that well correlated. So, I mean, sensorimotor experience is something that is particularly impacted by the nature of the body and the things you're allowed to interact with. But I think valence too would absolutely be different. So I think there is a need to look at some of these ratings and figure out which ones can we take from adults and use to explain variance in children's behavior, and which ones are going to be particularly noisy because there will be differences in children's experiences. So yeah, that's a good point.
I guess actually it possibly counts for frequency as well, right? So when we frequency scores for words, they might not be the frequencies that best kind of illustrate what children will be hearing in their everyday lives, right? They are possibly, I guess, gained from text repositories or something like that.
Yeah, no, frequency will take up a lot of the variance, and then, but I think, yeah, it would still be nice to be able to explain more of the variance in children's performance.
Okay, we have a question here from Bodo Winter. He says, this is great stuff, Penny. The thing I struggle to understand about the affective embodiment account is, what does it really mean for an abstract concept to be grounded in emotion? The evidence for this account seems to be consistent with emotional effects being epiphenomenal, since all the data is correlational, ? That is, abstract concepts equals more emotional, but what's the evidence for emotionality actually driving the grounding rather than emotionality being attached to the abstractness?
Yeah, and I don't think we can't adjudicate on that with these data, but I think there are some learning studies that would be relevant, right? So places where people have manipulated the information that is taught either, and there's a few studies with adults and I think a little bit with children. I think you might hear about it from Marta in a couple of days, but I think those are a better test, right? So manipulating the kinds of information that a word is taught with, that get associated with a new term, and then determining whether the emotion piece, if that's part of what's taught, actually drives some differences in retrieval processing. Yeah.
Great. I think we have to continue now, but thank you again, Penny Pexman, for a really nice and clear talk. Next speaker up is Professor Gary Lupyan from University of Wisconsin-Madison, and he is going to talk about whether languages merely reflect abstract concepts or help to create them. Please take the floor, Gary.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you to the organizers. I feel like my place in the lineup is really perfect because I'm going to be talking about things that directly touch on some topics that Peter discussed, and also Penny, and I think I will prime you for the things that Dedre will discuss. So I'll begin just by making the observation that throughout the literature, when people have talked about abstract concepts, they've kept using examples like truth, freedom, justice, and these ideas are certainly abstract. They're not particularly frequent topics of conversation, especially for children. And so I wanted to make the point that it's not just truth, freedom, and justice that we're trying to explain here. So if we look at concreteness scores from Brisbert's norms, for example, you find that freedom is actually not that abstract on the scale. More abstract are the more common and mundane concepts like happen, fun, and idea, right? So, and these are certainly things that children talk about and have some meaning of. And so if you look, this is from a little simulation that I did in a paper with Bodo, where if you look at how many content words do you need to see in the sort of corpus of conversational English before you encounter a word as or more abstract than freedom, the answer is 10 words. Every 10 words, you're seeing a word as abstract as freedom. For these more abstract but rarer words, still after 30 words or so, you're at about 80% of seeing a word as abstract than that. And these are things that kids talk about. 3-year-olds talk about having ideas and something being fun. Now, we know that abstract words are learned later by kids. So that just to show you some data. So this is from Word Bank, a collection of parent checklists, so-called MCDI, where parents check off which words their kids say. So this is normed between 16 and 30 months. And so frequency is, of course, a strong predictor. Frequent words tend to be learned earlier. Concreteness is about as predictive. Okay, and so looking at these learning profiles, here's a concrete word like cat that also is frequent in child-directed speech. Here's a more abstract word like animal. And while you can certainly point to an animal, and so it's not especially difficult to ostensibly sort of demonstrate, it's abstract in that it's more general, right? You can see a cat, although even a cat at that basic level is abstract because you only see specific cats. The word denotes a category. But at this higher level of abstraction, you can't ever see just an animal. It's always going to be a specific animal. Now, if you look at more abstract words like why, same, words that by 30 months, about 40% of kids are reported to say, these words are harder, and yet already at this age, kids are saying these pretty abstract words. One question we can ask is, how do we learn, as kids, as children, as adults, do we learn such words? And here, one kind of answer that's been with us for many decades is that it's a mapping problem. Okay, and we can ask why some words are harder to map. And Lila Gleitman and Jesse Snedeker have a chapter from, I think, 2004 called Why Is It Hard to Label Our Concepts? On this view, word learning is a mapping problem. The meanings themselves exist independently of exposure to any language. Some of them might be innate, others are learned through your experience, okay? And in fact, on a strong version of this view that someone like Lila Gleitman endorses, you can't ever learn a word for a concept you don't already have. Now, this view admits cross-linguistic variation, so it's perfectly possible for a language to not lexicalize something. So the speakers might have some concept, but the language they happen to speak, use, doesn't lexicalize it, okay? And so you can't infer much from the absence of a word. But still, it would be weird to find large cross-linguistic diversity, particularly for ostensibly basic concepts, if we all learn them in the course of going about our daily lives, and language has nothing to do with it. An alternative way of thinking about the relationship between words and concepts is that words don't map onto meanings, except maybe in cases of adult learning of a second language where you very actively engage in this process of, okay, I have this word in mind, I have this idea in mind, I know what the word is in my first language, what is the word for that in the second language? That certainly happens as adults. I would argue that that doesn't really happen that much for young kids learning their first language. The alternative is that we think of words as we do with other kinds of inputs into the system. So words act directly on mental states. And so if you have your manifold here of conceptual knowledge, it is shaped, it is informed by things you might be born with, innate knowledge, core knowledge, direct experiences, perceptual, motor, affective experiences. That certainly impacts your world knowledge. And it is also informed by language. Okay, this idea of learning from language. So what do we mean here? So one completely uncontroversial, but I think underappreciated way that we're learning from language is, of course, we're learning all sorts of propositional, factual information, encyclopedic knowledge, as it's sometimes called. You're unlikely to learn that Picasso died in 1973 from direct experience. You probably know this because you read it or someone told it to you. Okay, so that's completely uncontroversial. More controversial is the idea that simply by learning the vocabulary of a language, for example, children who learn English all learn number words, a count routine, all learn the basic color words, shape words, and arguably learning this vocabulary helps them build categories, some of which they might learn regardless, but others they would only learn because they are learning words. Whether they want, whether they're interested in triangles and squares or not, in learning those words, they're necessarily learning that all triangles are called triangles, all squares are called squares, and they're different from rectangles. And that just comes in the way for free by learning the basic vocabulary of English. Another related idea is that words in so doing are helping us form cognitive chunks. That cognitive chunks in part come from, like the units of thought that feel natural to us, in part come from our vocabulary. Okay, and this is not a new idea. So here's a quote from Steve Levinson from a chapter that I really like, where he says, even in the case where lacking a word, you can explain it. So, 100 is 10 tens. Having that word, having 100 available to you is helpful. It makes it into a more usable and a more easy to access unit. Okay, composing complex concepts, Levinson argues, gives enormous power to our mental computations. And most of those complex concepts are inherited from the language we happen to speak. So here's a claim, right? That's a big claim, obviously echoes what Worf wrote in the 30s and 40s. What's the evidence? So I'm going to quickly go over two types of evidence for this claim that language is doing some real work here. The first one is a bit circumstantial. It comes from looking at cross-linguistic diversity. How much cross-linguistic diversity do we expect to see? Clearly, even on a very universalist account on which language has nothing to do, has no causal role in shaping our conceptual space, our experiences vary. You know, someone who lives in a place that has kangaroos, there's a good reason why they have a name for that animal. Someone who's not exposed to kangaroos, right? They're unlikely to have a name for that animal, right? And so you would expect differences in languages that are predictable from differences in direct experiences. But as we'll see, the differences go much beyond that. So I'll quickly go over the two key results. The first one is from this paper in which the authors had groups of people from 20 languages, 20 cultures. A few of these include signed languages, which is really neat. Label colors, shapes, smells, tastes, textures. So stimuli across the 5 senses. The specific thing they were testing was whether there is a universal hierarchy as originally proposed by ancient Greek philosophers, such that some senses, like vision, are more accessible to consciousness and linguistic description than others. What they found was that there was little support for this conclusion. On average, smell is less codable than color, but there are languages that reverse this relationship. Languages for which there is no agreement on what to call basic shapes. There are no words for squares and triangles and circles. And people, when asked to name them, don't agree on what you should call it. Languages for which taste is the most codable modality. These cross-linguistic differences are not just differences in how coarse-grained the categories are, they're differences in nameability. So if we compare color naming in English and Lao, the size of the circle here represents the amount of agreement. You find that English colors, a large proportion of the color space is nameable. You compare that to Lao, it's not that Lao just has one big green/blue category. It's that large portions of the color space are not nameable at all. And if you look at correlations between languages, you find that although they're positive, the most nameable colors in one language, on average, happen to be more nameable in others. These correlations are quite low, and for many languages, they're around 0. So colors that are more nameable in one language are not necessarily more nameable in another. Now, what predicts whether a speech community agrees on what to call something? The existence of an abstract term. The abstract term here doesn't refer to justice or freedom or even fun. It refers to a word like red or square that abstracts away from the specific thing being labeled, what the authors call source-based descriptions. So you show people a rectangle and they might say, well, that looks like a window. Okay, but that only applies to a window-shaped rectangle, not one that's rotated 90 degrees. And other people might not call it a window. So while people are very good across all of these cultures at iconic descriptions, at saying, okay, well, this kind of looks like that, that doesn't produce agreement, convergence, whereas the existence of an abstract term does. Why do English speakers not agree on what to call various smells and tastes? Because English, unlike other languages, doesn't really have very many abstract terms for smells and tastes. They exist and they are used in expert communities by perfumers and so on, but they're not part of the core vocabulary and so are not learned by children and by most, not known by most adults. Second example, this is from our work with 2 wonderful colleagues, Bill Thompson and Sean Roberts. We used a large-scale distributional semantic analysis of 40 languages and about 1,000 meanings in each language. That are meanings that are the best available translation equivalents according to dictionaries. And we then see how, okay, these 2 words are supposed to be translation equivalents. How similar are their semantic neighborhoods in different languages? And so what we find, this is broken up by different types of words. what we find is that some words translate very well. The neighborhood of 5 across languages is very similar. Nouns are more translatable than verbs. And of course, verbs are more abstract. So this is as you might expect. But here are some surprises. So now we're looking at semantic domains. Here's quantity again. It's not just number words, but words referring to quantity are quite translatable. Time, kinship terms. So here we have animals. Okay, pretty good, concrete and alignable. But here we have agriculture, and these are common things, not like some plant that only grows in one place, right? So these are words like tree, okay? Not well aligned. Basic actions, kick, punch, not that well aligned. So for both concrete and abstract word meanings, you find a range of alignment. What predicts how well aligned two languages are on these domains turns out to be cultural similarities, controlling for language relatedness. So how similar are the cultures? And so this speaks to the cultural construction of meaning in languages, rather than languages being strongly constrained by sort of objective joints of nature. The world matters, but there is so much room to vary. And so when overlaying a categorical scheme on top of the high dimensional, perceptually rich world, there are many ways to do it. And it might seem obvious to you as, say, an English speaker that tree, of course, there's a word for tree. There are trees in the world, right? And yes, but what's the distinction between trees and bushes and grasses? It gets fuzzy. How positive? So these words, these translation equivalents vary in their frequency, in their valence, and that helps to make them less translatable, less well aligned than they would be otherwise. Next, cognitive consequences of learning certain kinds of abstract words. These studies are, again, somewhat correlational, but they speak more directly to this question of how might learning an abstract word shape your conceptual space. So the first question you can ask is, kids in normal circumstances learn these kinds of abstract words. Well, what happens when kids are not exposed to language? Okay, like I said, surely they will go on to learn some categories anyway, but others, especially the more abstract kind, to the extent that they are shaped by linguistic experience, these kids might not have the benefit of that experience. And so if it's causal, they might not learn it. So here's some data on a very simple task. Well, simple to some of us, from a group of home signers. These are kids who were born deaf, living currently in a boarding school in China. And so they, as you can see here, they vary in age, and they vary in when they arrived at the school. And so that marks their first exposure to Chinese Sign Language. The task is a relational match to sample task in which they see these kinds of shapes, and they get practice with simpler kind of direct matching first. And so they are shown that this card is the winner, and they have to pick, well, which other card is the winner card. Okay, and they get feedback. Some are same trials, so these match because they both show an instance of sameness. And this is a different trial, and here these match because they both show an instance of difference. Okay, and so what do we see? We see that controlling for a child's age, even controlling for a child's age, it's when children were introduced to Chinese Sign Language predicts how well they do on the task. So kids who've had more exposure to a conventional language do well. Kids who came later, some of these kids are 12 years old, and they are unable to do this task. Okay, if you look at specifically their knowledge of the words, the signs for same and different, kids who know those signs do relatively well. Kids who don't know the signs do much more poorly. More recently, we've been looking at what kinds of words, so same and different, are clearly useful in this task, but more generally, what sort of words might we expect it'd be useful for kids to know? And we looked, so this touches on something that Peter talked about. We looked at this idea of generality. So not just abstractness, although the two are correlated about 0.5, 0.6, but how general is a word? So this is animal versus dog, right? They're concrete in some sense, but animal encompasses more meanings. So the more general words are higher up on this hierarchy. They have a low hypernymy value, meaning there are fewer words above them in this semantic hierarchy. We used WordNet to compute the generality values or hypernymy values of different words. And we used a sample of 200 children, this joint work with Ileana Kalunga, Mal Lewis is the lead author, whose parents completed word checklists about 7 times for most of them, starting between 19 and 26 months. And so you can see all the kids know more words on the checklist as they become older, but some kids are learning at faster rates than other kids. And so what is it about their vocabularies at the start that can predict the rate of the word knowledge? Here are some examples from the sorts of words that kids of this age know that are more, so freedom and truth and justice are not on the checklist, right? But animal is, and people is. So these are more general words, these are more specific words, and you can compute this for both verbs and nouns. So what happens? Knowing more general word, as you wait longer, how many words kids learn increases. That makes sense. Their vocabulary size, this is a little counterintuitive because it's a checklist measure, you eventually saturate. So the kids who knew more words at time 1 learned fewer words at time 2 just because they've saturated the checklist. This is the interesting one here. So kids who know more general words earlier on, controlling for their vocabulary size, controlling for how frequent the words they know are, go on to learn words faster. So it's negative because low hypernymy means more general. So more general words, faster word learning. We also, this is the last bit of data, we also looked at what nonverbal, quote unquote, aspects of cognition, knowing more general words might predict. So what I just showed you is purely verbal. Knowing these words helps you with word learning. What about nonverbal cognition? So here is some trials from a standardized kind of kid version of matrices where you have to figure out what the pattern is and fill in the missing shape. And we look at kids who are at starting time 2 to 4-year-olds. We get some vocabulary information from them. We bring them back 6 months later, ask them to do these kinds of trials. And what we find, age, of course, older kids do better. The vocabulary size at time 1 is not predictive, but how general the words they know are on average is predictive. So kids who know more general words go on to do better on this kind of task. All right, so it's not just about truth and freedom. Young children's language is full of abstract meanings. It's all the more reason for understanding how we learn these words. Do they just map onto pre-existing concepts, as has long been argued? I would argue that it's unlikely, both given the massive cross-linguistic diversity that's not predicted on this view, and that there are cognitive costs to not knowing certain, for example, abstract words. So that speaks to their causal power. Question, do kids learn them from language itself? And if so, what does learning them afford? And the data I presented starts to speak to that. And I wanted to just end on a kind of call for a certain kind of data that we really need, which is these measures of what kinds of abstract words kids say come from checklists. And in some cases, they come from observational studies of, kids actually say these words, but we have no idea what kids mean when they say these words, right? So, okay, so they say open. Okay, all the kids, pretty much every 30-month-old example says open. Well, open in what context, right? Some of these are clearly metaphorical, right? Open your purse, right, for charity, or open your heart. But these ones here, these are not just like different, examples of open. These are different senses that cohere in English, but they don't cohere in other languages. There's nothing inevitable about having a word that open that both applies to opening a door and opening a drawer and opening your eyes. That's an English specific conflation. And so we have no idea, there's no data on what word senses kids at various ages know. Is there a universal, more embodied to more concrete progression? We don't know. As far as I know, we don't know. And are there perhaps seeds of abstractness from which abstract word meanings sprout, right? And then start to grow. So that would be wonderful to know, and I hope we can touch on this later in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, for a wonderful talk. And again, I'm sure that everyone is clapping their hands. You have to imagine it, I guess. There is a question or kind of clarification question coming from YouTube here. It's Peter Nicky asking how you define cultural similarity in your study or operationalized.
Great question. Yes, so this is based on an anthropological database called dPlace that brings together different kinds of cultural similarities. So inheritance systems, so this, patriarchal or matriarchal society, subsistence patterns. There are, I think, something like 100 or so of these features, and we compute overall similarity, compute feature vectors between different language groups and compute cultural similarity that way. We can, of course, also look at, for example, do more similar kinship systems predict in these purely nonverbal way? Do they predict more similar words, kinship words? And the answer is they do. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, great. There's another question here from Hassan Banyaru. The degree of abstractness of a metaphorical class is dependent on the nature of semantic space of the concept. Is it different for metaphorical classes of living and non-living things?
I don't know. I think Bodo might have something to say now, shaking his head about this. One analysis we did in that paper with Bill Thompson, Sean Roberts, is look at whether natural kinds versus artifacts are more or less translatable, and that one is not more translatable than the other, as you might expect, right? If living kinds are sort of categories out in the world. So I don't know if that helps. Yeah.
There's another question here apparently from UCL Language and Cognition Lab. Says, great talk, thank you. I'd love to hear more about what and why you think when you say that these words are useful.
Yes, great, thank you. We've thought more about this than we have concrete data for. Here's one way in which they're useful. So take a word like color compared to a word like green and red. So a child who understands the word color, first of all, can understand the question, what color is this? So the more general word helps you. And we, in fact, see that pattern that kids who learn the word color first go on to learn more specific color words faster. Now, it could be that these are just kids who are really into color, right? But it's interesting that these more general words that we are saying are useful, I think are often occur in questions in child-directed speech. What animal is this? What color is this? And so they're kind of these, they have this high inductive potential. telling a word that all of these things, they're all animals. And maybe the child already knows this and has some hypothesis about it, but now you're providing more direct evidence that, okay, this is a class that you should treat as equivalent. There's something shared among its members. And that we think helps you to learn more specific words at a faster rate. So it kind of plants an anchor in conceptual space.
I think this was all that we had time for this afternoon, but thank you again, Gary, for a brilliant talk. We'll proceed to the last presentation of this session. Let me introduce to you Professor Dedre Genrner from the Northwestern University, and she'll be sharing her thoughts on analogy, abstraction, and relational concepts. Please, Dedre, take the floor.
Hello. Okay, so that nice and visible now? Great. Okay, so here we go. There are various views of the nature of concepts. There is a strong embodiment view that concepts are encoded and retrieved as sensorimotor traces. There's also a strong abstraction view that we are endowed with a set of abstract hypotheses that we bring to bear in concept learning. Gary alluded to this in the Gleitman view that you can't learn a concept, the word for a concept, unless you already have it. I don't think that either of these views is adequate to capture what I see going on in human learning. And so I would propose a kind of embodiment to abstraction view. We characteristically, as humans, we have great perceptual systems, and we can and do form abstract concepts, but we also encode concepts and situations in a rich, embodied way. So abstract concepts, I think, are learned by processing over sensorimotor concepts. They often bear some connection to those concepts, but they're not the same thing. That's the beginning of the framework. And so the framework I'm going to propose today is our encodings of experience are naturally embodied, rich and context bound. Even for adults, we tend to store a lot of things about the actual situation in which a concept is used. But embodied concepts under the right conditions can give rise to abstract concepts, and a situation that I think greatly is conducive to that kind of abstraction is analogical comparison. Language is critical in both forming and using abstract concepts. So let me unpack these. First, my chief focus will be relational concepts. So this is a somewhat different take than either Penny or Gary has taken. It's not in opposition, but it's a different look at the same issue of what are the hard concepts and what are the powerful concepts. And I would propose relational concepts as both hard to learn and important to get. So what do I mean by relational concept? In this case, I'll talk not about verbs and prepositions, which are clearly relational words, but nouns. Many nouns actually refer to relational constructs rather than to individual items that have common properties. So let me distinguish entity concepts, concepts whose members have common intrinsic properties like tiger or mammal or animal. These all have some intrinsic properties such that if you opened one up, you could discover it is a tiger or it is a mammal by looking at its internal intrinsic properties. But there are also relational concepts where the members need have no intrinsic commonalities. They simply have a common relational structure. Barrier and carnivore are examples like that. Most work in cognitive psychology of concepts has focused on these kinds of words that have something intrinsic in common. But in fact, in the last 10 years, there's now been quite a lot of work on relational concepts. So here's what I mean about barrier and carnivore. So a barrier is anything that blocks an agent from reaching a goal. So that could be a wall or a fence, but it could also be a chasm or a fire or a desert. It doesn't have to have any common properties with a fence or a wall. Likewise, a carnivore is an organism that eats other animals. So that could be a tiger, but it could also be a spider or a hawk, praying mantis, a shark, and so on. These are very different in terms of intrinsic properties. What's alike is this notion of eating other animals. These are really useful concepts. So in particular, I'll talk about relational schema concepts, which encode patterns of relations that connect their arguments. For example, robbery. A robbery will typically have associated roles, a thief, victim, and goods. And when you read that there's been a robbery, you can assume that there are goods, there's probably been a victim, and so on. And you may see them in the same sentence, or you may pick them up from the passage in general. So robbery can serve to make a whole set of concepts coherent into a relational pattern. And you might think, judging from the fact that they haven't been much studied, that these are pretty rare, something esoteric about them, but that's not the case at all. Among very frequent English concepts, about 100 or 200 that we looked at, and this is an informal count, about half were relational concepts. And if you think about it, as adults, we don't talk that much about giraffes. We talk about problems and solutions and deadlines and issues and feedback loops and contradictions and so on. These are the ones I'm putting here are ones that are very important in education, but even on an everyday basis, we talk about friends and allies and enemies and betrayals and so on. And if you live in America, you talk a lot about collusion, bribery, and betrayal over the last 4 years. So these concepts are acquired late by children. For example, Eve Clark discusses how the word uncle is interpreted by a 4 or 5-year-old as meaning a man in a pipe with in a chair with a pipe. They're something like their uncle. Or island as a sandy place. This is Frank Kylan in his looking at characteristic and defining features. Kids are storing the context in which the word is used and using those sort of concrete elements in their to get their concept. And this, by the way, relates a bit to the issue Gary brought up. What do they mean by these concepts? Not at all clear that a child who says island really has the concept of a body of land surrounded by water. And to come back to another theme that Gary also touched on, another way we know that these terms are not just out there in the world for us to look out and see is the incredible cross-linguistic diversity in even the simplest relational concepts. So again, work from Melissa Bowerman, Asma Majid, and the others at the Max Planck Institute. Simplest concepts that we all take for granted, like support and containment, are actually not out there in the world just waiting for us to discover them. You have to be guided by your language. So just very quickly to give a few examples, in English, we say the cup is on the table and the handle is on the cupboard door. And we say the apple is in the bowl. But in Dutch, you can use 3 different words for these things. In Spanish, you can use 1 word for all 3. And in Finnish, there are 2 words, but a different 2 partitions than we have in English. So language is guiding our learning of relational concepts. So what process allows that to happen? So language is a guide, but what is the actual process? I suggest that language invites relational comparison. Now, historically, I'm now leaving children for a moment. This is history of science. Many sort of great scientific abstractions were discovered by comparing instances that at first seemed very different, but we then brought together. So the atom and the solar system were not initially connected, but after about 1904 or so, you began to see that they could both be seen as central force systems of really powerful relational abstraction. Harmonic motion, the spring and a pendulum seem very different, but if you compare them, you see that they follow the same abstraction. So that's all very well and good for great historical discoveries, but what about children? The claim is that even when things are very different, children they inherit from their culture a sort of built-in guide to what they ought to compare, and that is language. And the claim is the common labels invite comparison, and comparison can produce relational abstractions. So here's one example of that kind of phenomenon. This is work with Stella Christie. And what we did is we gave 3-year-olds a bunch of weird concepts from the 3-year-old's point of view. You can see some of them are really quite weird, like small thing above big thing, otherwise identical. Others to us would be quite normal, like symmetry, but this is not a concept that 3-year-olds already know. So we simply gave them a word learning task. Kids really like learning words. Said, this is a toma. Which one of, and then we first show them the toma, the pig. We put them down together. This is a toma. Then we show them 2 more examples and say, which of these is also a toma? Now, if you have run children very much, you know that they are not going to choose the relational match, as probably you would choose. And if that's your suspicion, you're correct. 98% of the 3-year-old responses were to the other example that has a pig. And so that's how they start. They really focus on object matches. And you know that's not a stupid thing to do when you're 3. But how do you get over that? Well, we tried basically the role of analogical abstraction. So we give kids the toma first, the pigs. This is a toma. Then we put the goldfish down, and this is also a toma. Can you see why they're both tomas? We say that to make sure they look for a minute before we go on. They usually don't say anything, and if they do, it's not usually very insightful. But then we show them the 2 things, the same 2 things that we showed before, and we say, which of these is also a toma? And now the results are completely different. Instead of 2% of the responses to the relational match is now 57%. An amazing gain for 3-year-olds. And looking at 3-year-olds here on the left and 4-year-olds on the right, the solo for the 3-year-olds goes from 2% to 57% in comparison. For the 4-year-olds, even at 4, there's a very big gain from 25% to 63%. So this is incredibly insightful experience for kids. And while we kind of pushed it at them, in learning, you're just wandering around the world, hearing your parents say, these are the same, and these are the same, or these are both friends, and these are also friends. These give you an invitation to compare those things. When kids hear a common label for 2 different things, they begin very early to realize that there's something alike about them, and that makes them curious, and that drives comparison. And from lots and lots of work on analogy and analogical learning, we know that comparison can drive learning relational patterns. So just to quickly sum up, you see 2 exemplars. Before you compare them, you really didn't have, you were not encoding this as symmetry. But when you compare them, the relational pattern may emerge. And if it does, you like it. It becomes salient. So you have an abstract schema now. And when a new example comes along, you can apply that schema and realize the turtles facing each other are also a toma. So my first point is relational language supports relational cognition because common labels invite comparison and abstraction. And this supports learning abstract relational concepts. We have lots and lots of evidence for this coming to same different, the concept that Gary also referred to. We find that 3-year-olds completely fail the relational master sample task where they see 2 identical things and they have to pick 2 other identical things as the match. But when we teach them the words same and different and actually show them how to use them, because kids may be using same and different early, but they often don't really exactly know what it means. But when we teach them 2 identical things should be called same and 2 different things should be called different, then they pass the relational master sample task, even with very different examples. So I think these terms can actually invite the kind of comparisons that teach people, particularly children, new concepts. So the second thing I want to point out, or I want to argue, is that labels help retain and reuse learned relational structure. So, relational structures are complex patterns. And so seeing at one time is not good enough. You have to keep it. You have to be able to recognize it again when it occurs in the world and apply your relational schema to that pattern. And then you can make inferences from what you already know to what you're discovering. So what I'm going to do here is look at a phenomenon in adults that's been extremely well studied. And that is in the world of analogical learning. It turns out the relational retrieval is generally really crummy. So if you give people a bunch of passages or a bunch of math problems with solutions or a bunch of stories, and now you later give them more, and you've rigged it so that some of the later examples are analogous, they're relationally alike to some of the early ones, what you find is people very often miss those. When you say, what do you remember from the earlier, what does this remind you of? They don't get a relational match. They tend instead to get things that share common surface properties, like the same kinds of objects, the same context, and so on. So this is something that people have, there are literally hundreds, maybe more than, maybe even 1,000 studies of this issue, partly because it's so, it's rather dire for learning in science and math, where relational concepts and relational encoding are really crucial. So this is sometimes called the inert knowledge pattern in education. So people tend to retrieve surface similar, contextually similar items rather than things that share relational patterns. So what can be done about that? Well, one way I think that we overcome that, and one way that as we become experts in a domain, we become able to actually do relational retrieval and not be at the mercy of the surface context in which our concepts come to us, is via language, via these powerful relational terms that allow us to encode situations in terms of a relational schema that we can then reuse. So terms like revenge, trade-off, reciprocity, that are basically pack into one word a whole set of interrelations among the items in the context. So the idea is that relational schema labels influence encoding of new situations once you've learned them. And so they should be able to improve relational retrieval. And so Anya Jamrozik and I tested this in a study in which we gave a standard sort of relational retrieval paradigm, a bunch of passages and then later other passages, but we varied the presence of relational labels. They'd be baseline, no labels, which is the usual case in these studies, or you could have a label at encoding, at test, or both. So this is a sample. Don't bother to read it. I'm just showing it to you so you see what the subjects saw. What this is about is reciprocity. And basically it tells you that when two countries have a reciprocal relation, one of them may lower import duties and the other will do so reciprocally. Of course, it could go in the other direction too, but their actions will be reciprocal. So that's the relational pattern. Now, some people got at the beginning of that passage the sort of reciprocity term. This is an example of reciprocity, and then they got the passage. Others just got the passage. And aside from the labels, this is a standard relational retrieval kind of study that of the kind that I've mentioned has been done quite a lot. Relational, for every story in the test, there's a relational match, but the relational match will always be in a different context. So, for example, in the countries with their reciprocal agreement, if you get that at test, you have a prior story that is also about reciprocity, but it's about two friends in social interactions. So it's a very different context. And then to make it sort of fair test, because in real memory, there are always lots of competitors for any given retrieval that we might want to get. We also give them a domain match. So another example in the prior set of passages, that also involves countries and their objectives and governing bodies, but is not about reciprocity at all. It has a completely different schema. So the question is, will people retrieve the correct relational match, correct in the sense that it's powerful in inference and understanding, or will they just get that there were two things that were both about countries? And so again, just to sum up, you'll get 10 key passages with some fillers as well. Then a test, you get also key passages and fillers, and they may or may not be labeled. So here are the results. First, in baseline with no labels, we replicate dozens and dozens and dozens of prior studies. Relational retrieval was quite poor. People retrieved about half of the possible domain matches for a given test passage, but about 1.6 out of 10 possible relational matches. So we're pretty crummy, just as in lots of other studies. But when we add labels, the situation changes a lot. So first of all, if we look at the case where you got the reciprocity label, both at encoding and at test, people do very well. Over half the relational remindings are to relational items, or they pick up, sorry, let me say that better. They get the relational match about half the time, over half the time. But that may not be very surprising. That probably doesn't impress you too much, because after all, there's a surface label present in both of them. What's perhaps more impressive, that even if you only get the label at encoding, you still do better than baseline. And even if you only get it at test, you do better than baseline. So any hint you get that says, conceive of this passage in terms of this coherent relational pattern, can help you connect it to the other passage, which perhaps was not encoded in such a coherent way, but can be seen that way if you have a powerful pattern ready to go. So to sum up what I think this study shows, relational schema labels lead people to encode an example in terms of the schema's relational structure. This provides a unifying relational system. It increases the likelihood that people will be reminded of this example when they encounter another instance. And this happens for kids as well as for adults, which is why I think these terms are so important for kids to learn. So in a second study, we used domain labels instead of relational labels, and we found that domain labels were ineffective at increasing domain retrievals. Now, this should not be surprising in view of the moderate embodiment claim, because domain features are encoded by default. You know, we're so good at picking up context and sort of situation information that you don't need a label to tell you to notice that it's about countries or it's about friends. That comes for free. And this is just to show you the pattern. We replicated again the relational label pattern, and the results were actually a little bit stronger this time. But as before, if you got a relational label, that's the blue side, you did better than in baseline. But when you got a domain label, you did not actually, on the whole, get more domain retrievals than when you just got baseline, because we're so good at picking up domain similarity with or without a label. So domain features are encoded by default, but relational structure is not, especially coherent, powerful structures that link a whole passage together. So adding a relational schema label, learning relational schema labels is a really powerful part of becoming a strong cognitive learner and thinker. So to conclude then, our encodings of experience are naturally embodied, rich, context-bound, and that's true of children, but it's even to some extent true of adults. Embodied concepts can, however, give rise to abstract concepts if you compare them. That comparison, analogical abstraction, is one of the best ways to get a relational concept out of two concepts that perhaps are much more concrete. And finally, language is critical in actually inviting those comparisons and also in preserving them and using them again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dedre, for a fantastic and very clear presentation. Yeah, as I've said before, that sometimes there's a small delay on YouTube, but I'm sure that the questions will will drop in along the way. Maybe I can start then, because now you've made the case that analogy seems to be kind of an important mechanism for relational concepts, right? But does that make then these relational concepts kind of a particular class of abstract concepts, or would you say that would there also be kind of a role for analogy beyond, you could say, relational concepts?
Yeah, great question. Yes, absolutely. I think comparison is important in every kind of concept learning. And with, for example, 1.5-year-olds, 2-year-olds, comparing instances of objects is important in forming object categories. So it's just that by the time you're 5, you know a lot of concrete concepts. Now the big challenge is to learn relational concepts, and those really are, I think, harder because they're not given by the world to the same degree that, for example, cat is. Cats really have a lot of perceptual commonalities. So my bet is that even if we didn't have a word for cat, kids would learn it. But if we didn't have a word for reciprocity, I don't know, probably some of us would stumble on it, but others of us might not.
Thank you. We have the first question coming in from our YouTube audience. This is Boris Yashevsky, who asks, after late Wittgenstein, I'd say we should always be a bit wary about the attempts of study concepts without language. I guess it's more like a comment than a question.
So if I understand this question, the comment is, wouldn't this disagree with the Gibsonian perspective that that sort of direct perception gives us relational concepts? Is that the idea of the question?
Yeah, that's
well,
maybe not for me to
I'm
decide.
not sure that I have the question right, but yeah, I would disagree with that. I think there are some things that are absolutely given to us by the sort of affordances of the world, but many abstract relational concepts are not. And one indication of that is that they're cross-linguistically quite variable. Now, you could take Lila Gleitman's view and say they were all built in and we just happen to pick up on the ones that are invited by our language. But I don't see any reason that we have to assume that, when we can also show that you can take something completely bizarre, for which, like small thing above big thing, otherwise identical, for which it's unlikely that you already had a pre-existing concept, and you can learn that too by comparing. So I don't see that we have to adopt the view that everything comes to us for free without language.
Then there's a new question from the UCL Language and Cognition Lab. Starts by saying, very insightful talk. How often in the real world adults use comparative language with children at different ages? Does this match with the developmental patterns for abstract concepts in general?
Yes, that I think the whole issue of input to children is absolutely critical. But on this account, parents don't actually have to use comparative language. They don't have to say, see, that's the great thing about language. Parents don't have to say, look, Johnny, can you see that this is like that? That, of course, we did that because we really wanted to hype up the phenomenon and see it happen in real time. What I think happens in real life is parents say something like, oh, I think he's missed a deadline. And then at some later time, someone says something else about deadline. If the child is lucky, those two instances might come close enough. And it matters a lot how spatiotemporally close they are. They might come close enough that the child hears that word twice and compares the situations and learns from it. That's basically the idea, that language is always giving kids guideposts to what they should compare. And by the way, this accords with all the data that has been coming out in the last 10 years, that children who hear a lot of language gain all kinds of cognitive advantages earlier, because they have, I think, part of the reason is they have more chances to get concepts contiguous that they ought to compare.
Great. Let's go on to the next question. There's a question here from Yakmor Denise Kisa, who asks, do you think there is a function to humans having context-rich processing as their situational default? That is, why do people have non-relational reasoning as default?
Why do we? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a great question. I actually think I pondered this a lot. So people who study this relational retrieval have often said our memories are designed wrong. They shouldn't be like this. We should get relational remindings. But I think when you think about it more, actually, most useful remindings are overall similar. I mean, a tiger should remind you of a tiger. And the faster you are reminded of other tigers, the better. If a tiger reminds you of a shark because they're both relational carnivores, you're probably going to get eaten by the tiger. And I'm being a little bit facetious, but in fact, overall similarity is a beautiful predictor of almost everything you want to know. It gives you great inferences. It gives you the best predictor for what you ought to do now with this instance of that concept. So I actually think memory is designed pretty well. When you don't know much, you'll be reminded of things that are surface similar, and they are very likely to be relational similar. That is, I call that the kind world hypothesis, that surface similarity often is a signal of relational similarity. So you start that way, and then you can learn that there are also other kinds of concepts that don't have surface similarity backing them up that are also important to learn. And the more you want to live in a complex, civilized world where the context is changing all the time, and you have to learn new things all the time, the more important it is to learn these relatively context-independent relational terms.
Thank you, Dedre. There's many more questions, but I'm afraid that we reached the end of this session. So thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you.
This also means that we are now, we reached the end of at least the public part of this today's workshop. However, beware that we continue for the next couple of days, so please stay tuned and join us again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Also, let me just remind you that this amazing event here is part of a larger project called Traincrease. And if you're curious about knowing more about and following the project, which also will host other events and workshops, then feel free to visit our webpage. The Traincrease project is funded by the EU. I also promised to remind everybody. But thank you to all the speakers for really wonderful talks all day through, and I hope to see all of you again tomorrow for another set of great presentations. Yeah, bye-bye.